See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 cause he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Man, what's good with everybody out there, man? How y'all doing? It's your boy Shawn P in the place to be. I done hijacked Not a Coincidence channel. Always up. Yes, sir. I done stole the man channel and he ain't getting it back. I done booted him out. He ain't got to log in or nothing. Straight hijacked your boy channel, man. What's up, man? Hit that like button, like the show, share the show. Yeah, y'all wasn't expecting this. Y'all wasn't expecting to see Shawn P. Y'all thought y'all was gonna get Not a Coincidence. Y'all thought y'all was gonna get the easy way, right? That's what y'all thought. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't going down like that. I'm in the building. Hold that. So, man, listen. I got a beautiful show for y'all today, man. We're gonna discuss pretty much the origins of where black people in America come from. Let's just deal with that directly, right? Because there's a subset of people who really think that they always been here. There's other people who think that, you know, people came from Africa. Then there's other people that's like, all the black people don't come from here. They come from, you know, blah, 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 blah. So anywhere but Africa type shit, right? So we on that type of time, right? We on that type of time. And it is what it is. But give me a second, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and get to this business. All right. Can y'all hear me? Am I echoing? I shouldn't be. I just want to make sure I ain't echoing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Stole the man channel. I'm talking about. So peace to everybody tapped in right now, man. The link has been dropped. The link has been dropped. It has been dropped. We're gonna start a show. We don't need no introduction. Y'all already know who it is. Come on, man. We waking y'all algorithm. We waking the algorithm up. What up, Green Soul? What's good with you? What up, Ramon? You know what I'm saying? I don't know who else out there, man. Make sure y'all like the show and share the show. We don't need not a coincidence. Like the show, share the show. He at work anyway. Man ain't even home. Yo, Savio said we from Terry. Yo, that was crazy. Hit that like button, man. Come on, man. Come on in here, sit down, have a seat, prop your feet up. I know you at work. You know what I'm saying? What y'all doing midday on a Wednesday? You know what I'm saying? This hump back. Hit the like button. I'm on Not a Coincidence's second YouTube channel. I'm on the first YouTube channel. I'm on Not a Coincidence Got Kicked. I'm on that shit. I don't even know what that shit is. I guess that's something new. But he got it, and I'm on it. So if you out there in the kick land, put your W's in the chat for Shawn P. Hijacking the channel from Not a Coincidence. W me. W Shawn P. Drop the W's. Fire emojis and all that. Hopefully everybody's having a good day, man. Listen, so this is what we're gonna do today, right? Um, we're gonna dial it back a bit. So I was online today. You know, I usually just be minding my business. I hadn't really been just kind of caught up in no conversations. I've been just banging it out with white people, right? You know what I'm saying? I've been on these white people head, bro, over the whole shit with Nolan Wells, you know, his family and the threats and all of that shit. I've been dealing with people trying to frame black people as racist, right? So I'm saying, and my argument to them is black people are not racist. They're like, bullshit. Black people are racist. You being racist right now. Nigga, how the fuck am I being racist? Explaining to you how black people ain't racist. So they don't seem to understand it. The word they're looking for is prejudice. Black people have a prejudice toward white people. Black people can't be racist to white people. There's no system in place for us to be able to dominate a majority in the Americas. We can't segregate ourselves from white people and deal only in a space and time where we can just handle our own business, right? We don't really truly have a black town. We have white faces behind a lot of the shit that our successes stem from, right? But black people be racist. The answer is no. Systemic racism exists because of racism. But who benefits from systemic racism? White people. Look at the school systems. Look at housing, banking, finances. Yes, yes. Look at the judicial system. Look at who is running all the companies. Look at the police. Look at the political spectrum. When you look at the totality of things, you start to understand the system. In order to get rid of racism, the system has to be conquered. So I'm explaining that to the white people and I'm trying to break it down in terms for them, but then I understand there's a few things that white people love to do. They love to use the white fallacy, white fragility, white deflection, white defensiveness. Those are the three things, the four things that they love to use to steer the conversation. Because as soon as you point out their racism and how racism benefits white people and it doesn't benefit black people, the first thing they do is say, well, blacks kill more blacks. Focus. Focus. You pale mofo. Focus. Because when you focus, you can get to the point and the root of the problem. Are all white people racist people? That's debatable among y'all. But to us, we have a prejudice toward certain white people. There are white people we are prejudiced toward, and then there's white people we're not so prejudiced toward, and then there's white people that we will protect and defend in small increments, meaning those that we really know well, who have sacrificed themselves, benefited in some way, or helped black people on their way somewhere positive. What up, Keenan? What up, Khalil? But I'm arguing with these pilgrims in these comment sections. So I really wasn't focused with everybody else. However, in my disdain for arguing with the pink people, something pops up from 2020 when Roland Martin had Ice Cube on his channel. Ice Cube was promoting the Trump shit, all on the Trump spill, telling black people need to get involved in it. Him and Roland Martin having a conversation about it. And then Ice Cube says that all black people don't come from Africa. Black people was already here. Don't directly quote me on that, but that's what he said, right? That's what he said. So when he say that, the old clip from 2020 is being brought back up today, and it's just that little bitty snippet. When the fuck did we start listening to a rapper and an actor who says "fuck the police"? Today was a good day, and all this other shit. When did we start listening to him about history? We ain't never heard Ice Cube ever speak on anything outside of what was in the realm of his comfort zone, meaning his music, other artists, people he grew up with and knew, the influence of LA culture, on South Central culture, on the rest of the world, and all these different aspects. He was extremely ignorant of that. But notice, this was 2020. But he wasn't the only one. You got Chingy, you got a couple of other rappers that are out there talking like they really do fucking research. Lord Jamar, all that dumbass shit. When do people, right? When do black people start listening to the experts in the field? Hold on, Khalil said, Jim, I know Cameron said it, but what did Jim Jones and Mano and Fab say? All of them come from places of black spaces and places. None of these niggas know shit. They dropped out of school and start rapping, rap battling, and hustling. Some caught cases, some didn't catch cases. Some got on, some grinded middleman status up until they broke rap careers. When they broke rap careers, everything was about rap careers. Now they living in a whole other aspect, in a whole other time, place, and space where, you know, a lot of shit they're ignorant to. Remember, Lil Wayne said he never saw a racist person before in his life. He's fucking Lil Wayne. How could he experience such a thing? He was around nothing but black people for so long. When he shot himself, it was a white man that came to his rescue. What other corner? And he was a police officer, so rightfully so, he had to give help and proceed in saving Lil Wayne's life. But Wayne ain't never been in a situation where he was not Wayne. He ain't been to a sundown town. When he go to these places and spaces, he's going as an artist to entertain and to perform. He ain't going as a regular ass dude walking up and down the street being seen in certain aspects and spots where people don't really know who he is. Them older white men, if he go in these places and spaces, they're damn sure for sure call him that. But when do we start listening to rappers and entertainers about shit that they're not an expert in? Because they're just as loud as those voices are, there are voices in our community from rappers and entertainers who are Africanized out, who tell you where they come from, where we come from, and how we get back to where we come from. But some apparent reason we dumb them down and we listen to the motherfucker like Cameron type shit. Hold on one second. No, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. I'm on Not a Coincidence channel. I done stole this nigga channel. I'm going in. Fuck Not a Coincidence gonna do to me. What you gonna do? Take my shit, bro? I done hijacked Not a Coincidence shit. So I'm gonna share my screen, right? Hold up, before we go. Hoship 22. We don't come from white people. We know that. That's a fact. We don't come from white people. We definitely know that. We know that the skin gene mutated 15 to 25,000 years ago. So that we do know. But we also know through the evolutionary process that black skin was a part of that evolutionary process when people began to have that sun tap that ass. When early hominids lost. Oh shit, Andy in the building. Everybody give it up for Andy. I need a roadcaster so I can press the button for clapping. But we know that evolutionary process where early hominids began to shed that protection, that hair. And when that protection shed, what you see up under there, it was light skin. That skin had to develop in to protect itself against the UV rays. And then from now on, now we go on down and it is what it is. Anyway, that's deterrent from this shit. Appreciate that comment, sister. All right, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Share the show. I don't know which one of y'all. I don't know which one of y'all channels y'all on. You know what I'm saying? But I'm on Kick and I'm on both YouTube pages. Handling business. Yeah. Can't get away from it. Not a coincidence, probably at work, like, what the fuck going on? Yeah. So let's just do a simple walkthrough. Let's study together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do that. We're gonna start simple, right? We ask Google a simple question. Where do blacks in America come from? Just a simple question, right? We ain't trying to get too crazy. We ain't trying to do none of that. We ain't trying to do none of that. We just gonna ask a simple question, then we gonna go from there. But hold on. Let me get this shit on the screen first. Add to the stage. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Change that layout. Let's go full throttle. Yes, sir. Come on, man. Shout out to Andy. He said he writing a book. Should we ask him the question of what the book is about? Andy, what's your book about? Let's get into this bill. So we are going to do an exercise, right? We dropped the link to the show in the chat already, but I'll do it again. Cool. This the source up or shut up moment. Shawn P keep them trolls away. He keep them trolls away. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna ask. We simply ask Google, where do blacks in America come from? Just simple. Let's just start there. Before we dissect anything else, let's see, where do black people in America come from? So we're going to look at an AI overview, right? It has sources to it. We can dig into the sources and we can go further, but we want to microwave this moment since everybody likes their meals done quickly. There's no more chefs. God damn, Andy, you ruining it already, bro. Don't get kicked out. All right, anyway. African Americans, why do they call them African Americans? Bullshit. We as blacks. African Americans are primarily the descendants of captive men, women, and children from West and Central Africa who were forcibly brought to North America during the Atlantic slave trade between the 17th and 19th centuries. Do we have any evidence that exists that refutes the AI overview's first paragraph? Does it exist? If it exists, can you provide the source for which it exists? And we will go from there. Bro, I might be on this motherfucker all night. Because tomorrow, I'm up out of this bit. I'm gonna be in a whole nother country. Yes, sir. Cheek clapping. No, I'm just playing. Anyway, regions of origin. West Central Africa, modern day Angola and Congo, accounting for a large portion of arrivals. Senegambia, modern day Senegal, Gambia, and Ghana, the Bight of Biafra and Gold Coast, modern day Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana. Historical context. The arrival. Here we go. The first recorded group of captive Africans arrived in Virginia in 1619 aboard an English privateer ship. Identity. In North America, enslaved people lost their specific ethnic group ties. In North America, enslaved people lost their specific ethnic group ties, such as Yoruba or Mandinka, and built a new shared culture and identity over generations despite chattel slavery. Modern demographics. While the majority of descendants of these early enslaved populations, modern Black communities in the U.S. also include direct voluntary immigrants from the continent, the Caribbean, and South America. Not right now, Andy. Hold on. Sit tight. Okay. So, from the AI overview, is there any dispute by anyone in the chat with what has been stated? Keenan, not a coincidence. I ain't on here, boy. I done hijacked their channel, dog. I don't even know what not a coincidence at. I don't know if he at work, driving home, on the subway, in a taxi. I don't even know if he on a beach shooting dice. I ain't spoke to the boy in about a week. I don't know where he at. Last time I spoke to not a coincidence, he came, he was on here, Rabon was on here, some crazy dude was on here, me and Rabon was talking to and the sister. I ain't talked to him since that day. That was a week ago. Okay, so let's ask AI another question, right? Let's do this. So I put in, but the origins of black people in America were already here. Here we go. The perspective that black people were already in the Americas before the transatlantic slave trade is a topic of significant interest. It stems from two distinct viewpoints: the historical reality of Afro-Indigenous heritage and popular alternative history theories regarding pre-Columbian contact. The factual break. Listen, they didn't say a third one. They didn't say a third one. They said the Afro-Indigenous heritage and the pre-Columbian contact. So the Aboriginals and or the motherfuckers that claim to always been here, the AI overview is missing historical data in order to persuade us that there's another viewpoint. Right now, we only have two. So let's deal with the factual breakdowns from the evidence that we have. First, Enoch, what are you saying? Most African diasporans or FBAs have, not, nope, you can't say most, bruh, because most of them motherfuckers don't even think that they come from Africa. Took a slave castle tour to know that mostly women and girls were forcibly impregnated. Yes, they were. African captives to give the white a 2-for-1 higher price. Okay, let's go. The factual breakdown of the two perspectives explains where this concept comes from. First, the factual history of Afro-Indigenous peoples. Many families who identify as Black or African American today do have ancestral roots that were already here via Native American lineage. Historical intermixing. Do we have a population of people that are saying that they had sex with the natives? No, that's not the claim. Because y'all saying y'all ain't never had sex with Mongoloids. Y'all said y'all ain't never had no sex with the Siberian or the Siberianoid and the Caucasoid or the Mongoloid. Y'all said y'all was already here. So someone in the African diaspora group on Facebook said they posed this question. Great question. They posed it. So I'm not trying to take credit from the people who posed the question. Somebody on Facebook said, how did the Mongoloids and the Siberianoids come into the Americas and colonize the Americas without any guns, no weapons, and just take America from you? If you was already here, how did these Mongoloids enter America and take a whole North, South, and Central America from you without no bloodshed? Just clearly hijack your shit without no weapons, no cannons, no machine guns, no machetes, none of that. They weren't even using bow and arrows. How did they take it from you? How did you lose an entire continent without a fight? So, back to historical intermixing. From the early 1500s onward, enslaved Africans frequently escaped European plantations and sought refuge with indigenous tribes. Generations of intermarriage created deeply connected Afro-Indigenous or Black Native populations such as the Seminole Maroons. Paper genocide and reclassification. We get this shit all the time. But there's a misconception that happens. So let's deal with it. Historically, U.S. census takers and local government heavily relied on the one-drop rule. Bureaucrats frequently reclassified indigenous peoples with darker skin of African admixture. You had to be of African admixture simply as colored or black on official documents. This bureaucratic erasure stripped many families of their recognized tribal identities, leaving them with with the impression that their ancestors were always indigenous to the land, but wrongly classified. Come on, man. W. Shawn in the chat. Andy asked me if he published his book, will I buy it? Andy, I will see what your book is about, and if it is one of interest, then I will support your book. I ain't buying no crazy stuff. I don't own a crazy book like that now. I ain't gonna buy no crazy book later. You said a hobo. I don't even want to get into that. So again, the question of the day is, how did the Mongoloids conquer and colonize the Americas with no weapons? We need an answer. So let's deal with point 2, pre-Columbian African contact theories. Now remember, this is something totally different. This is one that the Abos aren't really staking claim to, because if they're staking claim to point 2, then that means that they are of African descent and their people came from Africa to the Americas. But that's not the argument. That's an argument of an Afrocentrist that might be a little bit tweaked out on the Afrocentrist side, because I claim to be Afrocentrist. But there are Afrocentrists who go to the extreme and are way out there and are wrong on this point. And these are the people that this is directed to, right? The ones that believe the book that came before Columbus to be law. Vayasa! Yo, bro. It's your boy Shawn P. I done hijacked the channel. Yeah. I done took Not a Coincidence channel, turned up on the channel, and now we in here, bro. We in here. Ain't nothing he can do about it. Listen to me. He can't log in. He can't stop the stream. He can't disconnect nothing. He ain't got no control. I done changed the password, all the whole shit. He can't cut me off. He can't even get on the stream. We done got rid of Not a Coincidence, bro. I done did the elbows a favor, bro. Facts, definitely blackologist. Nah, I'm bullshitting. But anyway, let's continue. So there are popular theories, most notably by Ivan Van Sertima in his 1976 book that came before Columbus, suggesting African mariners traveled to the Americas long before the white people got here, the pink people. Evidence cited. Proponents of this theory point to the colossal stone heads carved by the ancient Olmec civilization in Mexico. Historical records of the 14th century fleet sent across the Atlantic by Mansa Musa. There's no historical records that say this. There's no historical record that say this. The only people that say something about this story is Mansa Musa in Egypt. All right, where it talks about Abukar II, Mali Empire. They go out there and do all of that. Then here's the other point that's also been argued. Nicotine and cocaine found in the ancient Egyptian mummies. All of these, which have been debunked. Shout out to Andy for dropping the link. The scientific consensus, overwhelming majority of mainstream archaeologists, anthropologists, and geneticists classify these claims as pseudo-archaeology. Massive DNA studies of ancient skeleton remains and modern indigenous populations show zero trace of African genetic markers dating prior to European contact. Scholars emphasize that the Olmec heads represent the indigenous peoples of Mesoamerica, and that attributing their architectural and artistic achievements to African visitors undermines Native American history. Wow. Peer-reviewed genetic and archaeological evidence proves that the massive presence of Black people in America began with the transatlantic slave trade and Spanish exploration. The claim that Black people were already here is true in a cultural and genealogical sense for millions of Afro-Indigenous Americans whose ancestral Native identities were historically erased by racial classification systems. So it is their job, if they are claiming to be Afro-Indigenous, indigenous, they are claiming to be mixed. They are claiming to be biracial. They are claiming to be of African and indigenous identities. They're claiming to be mixed, Native American and African. But you don't have a population of people that are claiming that. They are claiming, quote unquote, American Indian. So we're going to ask AI again. We're surface on all of this shit. Hell yeah, I colonized Not a Coincidence channel. We're going to ask. See Eric in the chat? Quirls Eric 78. Eric is an Afro-Indigenous American. Not a Coincidence is an Afro-Indigenous American. Turtle Gang is an Afro-Indigenous American. All of them have African and Native ancestry in their bloodlines and can prove that. Vyasa, African and Native ancestry. I just named 4 people y'all can know real quick that could identify as Afro-Indigenous Americans, but they all represent they black side. They do both, but they represent harder for their black side. So whatever the case for that may be. So let's do this. Let's ask our next crazy ass question. We just surface leveling right now, just sparking the content, right? What I want to say now. Damn, I just had it. I should have put it in there. All right, let's do this. Yes, sir. So, peep this. Remember the paper genocide. Yes, that is correct. Under the bureaucratic rule of Dr. Walter Plecker, thousands of Native Americans were systemically and falsely reclassified as colored. See, it flipped the whole goddamn conversation on you. Or black on official state documents. This process is widely referred to by historians and affected tribes as a paper genocide. So, the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, two-race system. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fruit of the whole argument. I mean, this is the the foundation of the whole argument. A two-race system implemented by white people. There was no category for Indians to be. There was no white, black, and red. There was no white, black, and other. There was a two-race system designed by these white people. You had the white people, and then you had everybody else they were put in as colored. If you fall into the category of colored, then guess what? Your shit was fucked up. You could not seek benefits or claim to be white. White was quote unquote pure, white only type shit. Not a coincidence. You got people on your kick that are watching that are trying to get you to get bots. Anyway, so the one drop rule enforced a strict one. This was enforced. So decreeing that anyone with a single trace of African ancestry was legally colored. Now, Plecker falsely claimed that all Virginia Indians had intermarried with African Americans and that their pure Indians no longer existed. He used his office to forcibly change the birth, marriage, and death certificates of Native Americans from Indian to colored or Negro in Virginia. Pause. So here's the moment of clarity right here. If Plecker shit targeted Virginia Indians, how the fuck do you got a motherfucking Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, New York, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maine, all these other places outside of Virginia? How could they claim that Plecker's rule, the one drop rule, changed the perspective for everyone else outside of the Virginia Indians? Plecker's whole argument was primarily with Virginia Indians in a two-caste system. I mean, in a two-race system. Let's just call them Negro. We ain't calling them white. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, these motherfuckers that claim to have always been here don't even call themselves Indian. The ones that do call themselves Indian, they say American Indian. And when they say American Indian, it is synonymous with Native Americans. We'll get to that next. And the moment that we get to the Native American versus American Indian, you're going to see we got the genetic evidence for the Native Americans. So if they're synonymous, then you got to have this in your DNA, buddy. So Plecker's whole argument was to help the two-race system, to say, because Virginia Indians were admixing with Africans. A lot of them over there were doing that. There were some still pure Indians that never mixed, but there were Indians that mixed with black. I mean, man, this shit started happening. What the fuck you think happened when the black people started running away with these Native Americans away from these white people that were crazy? And then they started trying to identify as Indians. Hell, my goddamn grandmama so goddamn light skinned, she could go for white. And she did. She was able to ride cabs at a time that the segregation, when motherfuckers was denying black people just to get in the fucking cab. She could get a ride to and from work in the cab. She told me that. She said her biggest fear was them ever finding out that she was a white woman. I mean, a black woman. She said because they had no idea. They had no idea. So she strategically caught cabs in specific places that would allow her to be able to catch the cabs, and that she wasn't around other people that would detriment her, because she came from Kentucky to Nashville to go to a school that helped her in her trade. She comes out of that school. She ends up being a nurse. She works at Baptist Hospital downtown, and she would extend through Baptist for several years up until she retired. She worked on 7 kids, 7th floor. Everybody on Baptist know her. That was her hospital. Today it's called St. Thomas North or something, or Midtown or some bullshit. Anyway, so Plecker's shit was to target the Native Americans and the Native Americans who had mixed with the Africans and the Africans as a part of that two-part system, and then consume all Indians in Virginia. Nowhere else but Virginia. So when they started saying the Plecker bullshit argument with you, you ask them, are you from Virginia? Is your family from Virginia? Do you have do you have any evidence of being from Virginia? Cujo is from Virginia. Yes, Virginia only. Now, Plecker ran a strict campaign to police the racial identities of Virginia citizens. Virginia only. We keep saying that. So when he runs the campaign for racial identities for Virginia, only remember it's only blacks and it's only whites. You can only categorize yourself as one of the two, black or white. The white people said you can't identify as white, so the only other option is black. But then the Indians don't want to be black, but they would go for colored. As soon as they went for colored, they fucked their whole shit up in Virginia. Because they couldn't fight harder for their third identity. Had I wished to every person that could hear the sound of my voice, I wish that the Indian tribes were successful at forcing Europeans to agree with them and create a third group, because none of this shit today would be an argument, because we would have specifically known the black identity of Virginians, the white identity of Virginians, and then, quote unquote, the red identity of Virginians. It wouldn't be no muddy water. And even if they used the one drop rule, it would have solved a whole lot of issues, because you still had either a mother or a father over here and a mother and a father over there. Anyway, the surname blacklist. So Plecker compiled and distributed a list of traditional Native American family surnames to clerks, hospitals, and midwives. If a baby was born with one of those surnames, the state refused to label them Indian, forcing a colored designation. One more time. If a baby was born in a hospital and it didn't have one of the names that Plecker himself knew of or could identify as Indian tribes, they would immediately become colored. And now your ass is over there on the other side. So Plecker threatened midwives, doctors, and citizens with fines or imprisonment if they allowed a non-white person to be registered as anything other than colored. That's the argument for Virginia. You can't categorize yourself as nothing else but colored, according to their law. So you got people like Calvin Denzel Roberts. That's his name. That's what his mama and daddy named him. That's what the fuck his name is. He comes on YouTube and call himself Aboriginal Power. That ain't your fucking name. Your name is Calvin Denzel Roberts. You're a petty thief, and you got some petty ass charges. Your name is Calvin Denzel Roberts. You claimed this shit happened to your people. Negro, you was in fucking Tennessee. How this happened to you? Phoenix Moon, you're in Tennessee. How the fuck this happened to you? The research lie. You're in the Midwest. How the fuck did this happen to you, Ling Ling? You took a DNA test. We know you 80-some% African. So how the fuck did this happen to you? You in North Carolina. Sister Betty? Smoke Signal? Tyke Sam? Sachi? Dulcinea? Cosmon? What's the other goofy ass nigga to be with Cosmon? Open the knowledge? How the fuck did this happen to you and you ain't even from Virginia? Y'all let Dane Calloway sauce y'all and sell y'all some bullshit. It would be totally different if people like Thomas Oklahoma and Kevin Troy, if they came out and they argued against the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. The reason that it has more weight for them, because they're actually Native Americans. They are the true American Indians. They have the genetic evidence and the blood line and the genealogical records to show you who they are. This is their argument. And the ones who were mixed, who deserve to have that dual ancestry. You're not responsible because your mama and daddy, a black woman or a black man and and an Indian had sex. They were in a close proximity of one another. They had too much shit alike, and goddamn, one looked good to the other, and the humping got the humping. And out of that came you. You deserve the rightful stake for dual ancestry, as we allow in spaces and places. If that's what you say you are, don't deny your Africanness to us. Yeah, Dane definitely sold him some bullshit. And Ali Muhammad. Ali Muhammad ain't nowhere near no motherfucking chief. Rodney, what you talking about? What you talking about? Outside of Virginia, you don't even have a law that to be argued in other states. So the lasting impact. Plecker's rules altered the identities of 2 of the 3 generations of indigenous families because federal recognized for Native American tribes requires documented unbroken historical continuity through state records. Plecker's paper genocide made it nearly impossible for many Virginia tribes to prove their heritage. This is a Virginia issue only. As a result, modern black families tracing their lineage back to Virginia are discovering that their ancestors were not actually misclassified African Americans, but rather indigenous Americans whose native identities were erased by a pen stroke. The Racial Integrity Act was finally struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court in the landmark 1967 Loving versus Virginia's case. So, remember, we just surface leveling. You see the screen, you see the question, you see the screen. But before I go on and deal with this, let me look in the chat. First, Enoch said, I finally thought Dane was a complete joke and happily called them pretendians until a couple of years ago when I got to investigating my DNA. There's a lot of partial truths. First, Enoch, Dane is a complete joke. Let's get that straight. Dane don't even know what he doing. He is not only is he a complete joke, he is a lie. So if you think that there is some stuff to be investigated there or some partial something to be investigated there, what are those things? I would be very interested in you naming some of those things that you think that he got partially right, and then we could deal with that, because I would love to easily refute anything that Dane has said to you and move on. And I'm pretty sure I've already either discussed the subject matter on another channel, or I've wrote about it. Now, American Indian and Native American refer to the same group of people. I don't want to hear it no more. I ain't no Native American. I'm an American Indian. It refers to the same group of people. My bad, Eric. I'm working on not cussing. So, kids, I don't know how old your kids is, Eric, but I am truly working on. I think I did say some cuss words earlier, but I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to cuss. So, kids, forgive me if I blurt something out. I forgot you were there, and I'm working on myself. I'm not a finished product. I'm actually still striving to be better. We all got things that we could do better and be better about, but these are stepping stones because y'all deserve the right to the truth and understand the argument from both sides and find the silver lining in the argument to know who you are as a person, where your origin story begins and where it will continue. And that is the beauty of it all. That's the reason why we have these disagreements with a lot of people and we correct the historical record because we don't want you running around thinking that you're something that you're not based on a personality on a TV screen or on a computer screen or on your phone and think that them to be right and exact and they never show you the evidence for which it is that they claim. Yeah, man, either way it goes. Whatever the age groups is, bro, I'm not trying to I'm trying to work on myself. I'm gonna go to the Oklahoma Constitution of 1907 after this right here. So there's a preference between the two terms. And let me just say this real quick. American Indian or Native American, they don't call themselves that. They have something distinctly unique that they call themselves as it pertains to their tribes. If they're talking to a complete stranger, we're not going to pick up on that shit. That sorry, see, told you I cuss right there. We're not going to pick up on it, right? We're not going to pick up on it. What we're going to end up doing is, if we're talking to one of them, they're going to give us the generic version. They're going to say, "Yeah, I'm an American Indian," or they may say, "I'm Native American," right? But to another person that they're familiar with or may have these tribal distinctions differently from them, they may come off the hip and shoot it like, "Hey, I'm such and such," and then they may say, "Hey, I'm such and such," and then we see the differences in the two people. Let me give you a better example because this will make more sense. So let's just deal with Nigeria real quick. So let's say we have someone that is Fulani, and then we no no no. Let's say we have someone that's Yoruba, and let's say I still could have went with Fulani, but let's say we had someone that was Yoruba, right? And let's say someone we have was Igbo. How do you know the difference between someone that's Yoruba and Igbo? They look similar to each other. So what's their distinct differences? Tribal markings. The Yoruba tribal markings will be a specific way. The Igbo tribal markings will be a specific way. They may speak similar, but know their differences. All right. So, American Indian is an older term originating from Columbus' mistaken belief that he had reached the East Indies. Despite its flawed origin, it is still a standard legal term used in federal law, treaties, and United States Constitution. Native American, this term gained widespread popularity in the 60s and 70s and as a more accurate and respectful alternative. However, some point out that anyone born in America is technically a Native American, which can occasionally cause confusion. What is preferred term? And I try to tell y'all this before. Tribal affiliation first. Most indigenous people refer to be identified by their specific tribal nations. Cherokee, Navajo, Lumbee, rather than, I said Navajo, or Lumbee, rather than a generalized umbrella term. American Indian versus Native American. When a general term is necessary, many individuals actually prefer American Indian or simply Indian, while others prefer Native American or Indigenous. Both terms are widely accepted today. However, Native American is generally preferred in academic, formal, and mainstream media spaces, while American Indian remains the standard in legal and historical settings. So, when I told y'all from the gate that American Indian and Native American were the same group of people, I did not want to lie to you. Now, if someone wants to put black in front of that, the moment that they put black in front of that, they are telling you that they have mixed ancestry. They are biracial, meaning that they are African and native, or Afro-Indigenous as a better term for people to fully understand. Vyasa asked us to pull up a law. He says, oh, hold on. What is the Oklahoma Constitution of 1907 say about Article XXII, Section 11, and Article XV? In the original Oklahoma Constitution of 1907, Article 23, Section 11 of Article 15 laid out to the state's legal framework of the strict Jim Crow racial segregation and legal definitions of races. At statehood, Oklahoma politicians sought to enforce a rigid binary racial system to legally separate the black population from the rest of the state. Hold on. Gotta plug my laptop up before we lose our screen. And one more second. Let me grab something real quick. I had to grab the other charger real quick so I don't lose me. There we go. So where we leave off at. All right. So at the statehood, Oklahoma politicians sought to enforce a rigid binary racial system to legally separate the black population from the rest of the state. Titled Definition of Races, this section established a strict two-race legal binary across the state. The original 1907 text explicitly mandated the one-drop rule for black people. It declared that whenever the words colored race, Negro, or Negro race was used in the Constitution or state laws, they must apply to all persons of African descent. Native Americans classified as white. Crucially, it stated that the term white race shall include all other persons. Because Oklahoma was formed by merging Oklahoma Territory and Indian Territory, this rule legally grouped Native Americans and all other non-black populations into the white category for public and social segregation purposes. See how they doing the black person? But y'all want to be black American Indians, black Native Americans, and the whole time Oklahoma in 1907 is saying, no, slow down, sir. No. We're going to include ourselves in our own bylaws as white. We're going to be white. White people going to be white. And you Negroes is going to be black. There's a common point of historical cross-reference regarding school segregation. Article 15 itself outlines the state standard oath of office for public officials, early drafts, and legal applications, heavily tied to Article 13 to build the state separated school system. Mandatory separate schools, Article 13, Section 3, specifically commanded the legislation to maintain separate public schools with impartial facilities for white and colored children. Enforcing the definition, it repeated the race rules by stating that colored schools were strictly for children of African descent, while white schools were for all children not of African descent, meaning Native American and white children attended the same school. We going down this hole, huh? But y'all been here. Y'all been here. This is a direct counter, right? Remember, Plecker's 1924. The Oklahoma Constitution in the 1900s is already Pleckering. They saying we gonna be white. If it's a two-race rule across this country, we gonna be white. You can't make us not be white. We in our own territory, and then they saying they white, and then they saying the white people is white, and they saying that the black people is colored, black, of African descent. And if you mix with them, your child is colored, black, African descent. They make a clear separation. I bet you it's more shit to this than this. We just in Oklahoma. Cause I got a couple of Oklahoma historians in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Enforcing the definition. Crazy work. The repeal of Section 11. These original 1907 white supremacist measures stayed on the books for decades. God dang. It wasn't repealed until 1978? Some of us was born in 1978. Imagine that shit. For all y'all that's like in y'all upper 40s. You was born in 78, player. Around in the 70s. It wasn't repealed until your ass was born, my knee. Dang, I cuss again. Eric, I'm working on myself, bro. I told you I ain't a finished product. Hey, man, salute. Salute. Ambassador Great. Salute to you, bro. But the people said, yo, we ain't repealing it till 78. And then legally erasing these discriminatory racial definitions from the state constitution. That is crazy. What's up, melanated? You late to the party? Hold on. You said, did y'all hear about upcoming debate discussion, IBA versus FBA? Indigenous Black American equals IBA. What in the forefront is that? See, you was finna make me cuss again. And the Igbo people don't call themselves Igbo. Yep. You got the Igbo and the Igbo, which is pretty much the same people, but they beefing. They don't call themselves Igbos. The Igbos are the bougie people. They got the money though. The Igbo got the money though. The Igbo like the broke little brothers. I'm catching up to where y'all was, you know what I'm saying? Bro, I don't even know why you brought up some Jews. Hey, wasn't no Jews in West Africa, bro. That limber Jew shit is Jew stuff is pseudo, bro. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. We talking about where we are right now. I don't know why you trying to talk about some Jews. What's up, Lucky? What it do? Man, I done hijacked the channel, bruh. I done changed the password. I done got rid of Not a Coincidence. He ain't got no channel no more, man. This my ish. Walk in your trap, tap over your trap. That's what I'm doing right now. I done walked into his trap, took over his trap. You know what I'm saying? It's no longer a New York channel. It is no longer a soft spot channel for the pseudo to come and get his ish off. I done took over, bruh. I done walked in that chat trap and took over, bruh. With no gun. I colonized his channel like the Mongoloids did the indigenous Black Americans. The indigenous Black Americans lost Americas with no gun, no weaponry, no viruses, nothing. They let the Mongoloid come in here and walk in their trap, take over their trap with no weapon, without a password, login, nothing. I changed the zip code, bruh. I pulled a Mongoloid on the Abos. So hold on, watch this. So let's get to that. Let's get to that. We just want to know. Remember, we surface level. We surface level in this. For funs and giggles, we can get into the specifics and the sources and all of that later on. Was there people in the Americas before the arrival of the Paleo Indians? AI says no. According to the scientific and archaeological definition of the term, there were no humans in the Americas before the Paleo Indians. No humans. None, zero, zilch. Do y'all want me to go back to the Oklahoma law? Yo, Vyasa, can you pull up? Can you? Because I know you're on your phone real quick, like, and you won't get kicked off the stream because you ain't on the panel. Can you look up the either New York or Indiana or Ohio, Georgia, one of these other states? Vyasa is what I'm asking you to do. Can you look up the racial rules for one of these other states, not Oklahoma or Virginia, just somewhere else? Just randomly do that for me while I go through this, and then drop what I need to pull up. I'm asking that for a reason because I want to see what other states proposed two race or three race in the early 1900s. Now, the term Paleo Indian is the umbrella scientific name given to the first human beings who ever stepped foot on and inhabited the American continent. Therefore, by definition, any human group that arrived first would be considered a Paleo Indian. The confusion usually stems from a massive shift in archaeological history, specifically the collapse of the Clovis first theory. The confusion of the pre-Clovis versus pre-Paleo Indian. For decades, textbooks taught that the very first Paleo Indians were the Clovis people, and science corrected they behinds. A group of big game hunters who crossed the land bridge around 13,000 years ago from Siberia were famous for creating distinct flake stone appear points. However, major archaeological breakthroughs have proven that people were in the Americas long before Clovis culture. Older sites, discoveries at the Page Lansing in Florida, Cooper's Ferry in Idaho, fossilized footprints in white sands. They date back 16 to 23,000 years ago. The coastal route. No, you not. Yeah, no, you ain't talking about that. One of my favorite routes, not the highway. The coastal route, rather than walking through an inland ice corridor, these early humans likely traveled by boats down the Pacific Highway. They call it kelp. Scientists classify these early populations as pre-Clovis peoples, but they are still fully classified under the broader era of Paleo-Indians. So Louisiana had a three-tier system. We're gonna come back to that. Tennessee 1910. I knew Tennessee 1910, because I knew you was gonna go to Tennessee. I was trying not to go to Tennessee, but since you wanted to throw me out there, we'll look at the Tennessee 1910 racial category. All right, so what does the DNA show? Oh man, we can't look at DNA. We can't look at DNA. It's fake. DNA can't tell you who you is. DNA line, that's white man science. The whole time you saying it's the white man science, you spilling you spilling pseudoisms of the white man. So which white man is right, which white man is wrong? Is it the white man who been telling stories all along? Bars. Time. Large-scale genetic mapping of both ancient skeleton remains and modern indigenous populations confirmed that all of these early waves, whether pre-Clovis or Clovis, shared a common genetic lineage. They traveled out of Northeast Asia, lived in the Beringer, and then moved south into the Americas. Ultimately, while there were civilizations in the Americas thousands of years before the famous Clovis hunters, they were all a part of the same original Paleo-Indian migrations that formed the ancestry of modern Native Americans. Modern Native Americans descend from these Clovis people who descend from the Paleo Indians. So there were no one here before the Paleos arrived, because guess what? They wouldn't be the Paleo. So the Aboriginal Indigenous Black man of America, how did you lose your land to a Mongoloid? Huh? How did the Native Americans take your ish from you and then have a gun? What are we discussing? I don't want to learn more about white sands. I'm going to bounce back to where we are with this. I spelled Tennessee wrong like a mug. It'll correct me. In 1910, Tennessee became the very first state in the United States to legally codify the one-drop rule into a strict two-term racial classification system. By passing this statute, the state eliminated all intermediate legal categories such as mulatto, quadroon, or octoroon, collapsing the entire population into a rigid legal binary, white or colored, quote unquote black. Prior to 1910, so where the hell do the Indians that were in Tennessee, what do they fall in under? Oh, colored. See, this is where the other people like to play on shit and then be or play on stuff and then be like, hey, man, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? My people was Indians. They was enlisted as colored. In 1910, according to Tennessee, we was the colored people. We was black. That's how they classified us. No. Indians had no classification. So they had to adopt or accept a term, and colored was the term. They didn't want to be seen as slaves. Remember, ain't no more slave. We got Jim Crow now. How many Indians have you seen lynched in the Jim Crow era? And postcards were made of them and sent around the world to other family members. Let me know if you found an Indian on a postcard lynched by white people during the Jim Crow era in this two racial category system. Prior to 1910, the Southern states defined a person as legally black only if they had a specific fraction of African ancestry, such as one fourth or one eighth having a black grandparent or great grandparent. Tennessee's 1910 law fundamentally changed this by dictating the single drop standard. Anyone with any known traceable African ancestry, literally one drop of black blood, was legally classified as black. Erasure of fluidity. It legally erased the social and legal distinctions previously granted to mixed race individuals, stripping away property rights, voting privileges, or social standings they might have held under older fraction based laws. Couldn't let you ninjas vote. Couldn't let you ninjas do nothing. You biracial ninjas was getting a business. Why Tennessee imposed a two-term system? Great question. Come on, talk to me, AI. The creation of this strict binary system was entirely driven by the rapid expansion of Jim Crow segregation. To enforce state laws requiring completely separate schools, separate trains, separate bans of interracial marriage, the state needed a system that left zero room for legal ambiguity. By forcing every citizen into one of exactly two categories, white or color, the state ensured that the legal system could easily police who was allowed into white-only spaces. Let that sink in. So what happened? Vyasa brought it up earlier. I seen it in the chat. He mentioned Louisiana. So what did Louisiana do? So in 1910s, statute served the legal blueprint for the rest of the American South. It wasn't Virginia. It wasn't Virginia, which would be 1924. It was Tennessee who broke the back of how this was going to happen in the South. Tennessee said, we doing it like this, follow the rules. So what happened? Over the next 2 decades, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and eventually Virginia followed Tennessee's lead, passing their own racial integrity and one-drop rule laws to firmly lock a two-term racial caste system into American law. Mm. La, 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 la. Wait till I get my money right. Oh, man. This is an open panel. They ain't hitting the link because it's Shawn P. They don't hear not a coincidence up here talking who gonna let them get that bull junk off. Look at me over here, just surface leveling, searching, and dealing with it specific, just breaking it down, breaking it down. Vi, so where you tell me to go next? Where you say? Hold on, this is off topic, but somebody asked me, is chakras white man science? It's not black. Chakras are the true Middle Eastern Indians. Those people from India. That's their stuff. The Hindu. That's their stuff. That ain't ours. And although infused by the Blavatskyites, they went around and pulled all these different things that they learned about the rest of the world from religious perspectives and created their cults. So anyone running around here talking about my top chakra and all that, yeah, some pseudo. That's some pseudo judo. So Sean, how come their AI tell them they're indigenous? Vino AI said he always been there. Vino the freaking lie. They trying to make AI tell it what it want to tell it instead of asking the question and allowing AI to answer it. Monochromatic blues. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say about the colonists and eugenics, but not all colonists use eugenics, bro. Oh, let me before I get to type in the next question. All right, yeah, Georgia. So let's ask Georgia the same question we just asked about Tennessee. Damn, I'm typing terrible today, bro. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right. Can y'all hit me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can hit me. I know I just answered the phone. I was on a phone call. I don't know if y'all heard my phone call. But put a one in the chat if you can hear me. All right, cool, 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 cool. Bet, bet, bet. So Georgia enacted a strict two-term racial classification system in 1927. What did Georgia do? Following the examples of Tennessee and Virginia, Georgia's General Assembly passed legislation to legally eliminate all nuances of mixed race heritage. Wow. Wow. Let's just say F them altogether. You biracial motherfuckers ain't even welcome around here. We're going to go to Alabama next. Yeah, we're going to deal with that. They forced the entire population into a rigid legal binary, white or persons of color. Prior to 1927, Georgia status used a fraction based approach to define race, legally classifying a person as black only if they had 1/8 or more African ancestry. The 1927 legislation completely replaced that framework with an uncompromising version of the one dropping rule. The text of 1927 law explicitly declared all Negroes, mulattoes, mestizos, and their descendants having any ascertainable trace of either Negro or African, West Indian, or Asiatic Indian blood in their veins shall be known in the state as a person of color. But you got old smoke signal because that's his favorite. Mestizo is smoke signal favorite word. He loves saying mestizo. But in the state of Georgia, mestizo is the in the same category as a person of color. Conversely, the state defined white persons as someone with only Caucasian blood. So guess what, you white Indian, you $5 Indians out there, y'all wasn't even white. You ain't got that pure white blood in you. You ain't pure white. Like that cocaine off, like that coca leaf back in the early 80s and 90s. Mm, you weren't coming off the speedboat. Yeah, yeah. Now, how Georgia's two-term system operated. Let's deal with it. The elimination of intermediate races. Census data and older documents, people of mixed race were frequently listed as mulatto. Georgia's 1927 law legally erased collapse in any mixed identity under the umbrella of person of color. The state used a binary system to heavily police its anti-miscegenation laws. Citizens were required to fill out racial registration certificates to get a marriage license, and anyone under the persons of color classification was strictly forbidden from marrying a white person. Yo, paper erasure of indigenous peoples, because that's what we want to deal with. Because the definition of a person of color was so broad, it caught Native Americans in the crosshairs. Local state bureaucrats routinely registered state-dwelling indigenous peoples as colored or Negro on their birth and death certificates, erasing their distinct tribal identities on official paper. Ultimately, Georgia's 1927 law legally locked a rigid two-term caste system into place. The binary classification system remained active until the U.S. Supreme Court struck it down. When did they strike it down? Oh, 1967. Mm, mm, mm. Woo! Cold cuts. The South ain't shit. Mono having a whole Mono having a whole thing by itself. Oh man, I thought Wells Fargo was calling me back again. Juan in the chat. Oh no, ancient is 5,000 years ago. For you, I'm glad we don't listen to you, Mono. All right, so let's deal with California. Let me do it this way. Wells Fargo called me once a month, asked me if I want to open up a checking account. I already got a business account. They want me to open up a checking account. California did not have a two-term racial classification system. While southern states like Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia legally collapsed their entire populations into a strict binary, white or colored, California historical laws relied on a multi-termed, highly specific racial hierarchy. Because of the state's massive diversity driven by indigenous populations, the Mexican American War, and waves of Asian and Pacific Islander immigration, California lawmakers could not enforce a simple two race system. Instead, they wrote explicit exclusionary laws targeting several distinct racial categories simultaneously. The multi termed anti-miscegenation laws, instead of a simple white versus person of color binary, California anti-interracial marriages statutes explicitly named a broad list of banned combinations. So in 1850, the foundation, the original law stated that no license may be issued authorizing the marriage of a white person with a Negro or a mulatto. 1880 to 1905, following the heavy Chinese immigration, the states added Mongolian to the list of groups banned from marrying white people. In 33, Malay Amendment was applied, right? Where Filipino man successfully argued that he was Malay and not Mongolian. California lawmakers quickly amended the civil code to explicitly add the Malay race to ban the category. By the time California interracial marriage ban was struck down in California Supreme Court in 48, the official legal framework recognized at least 5 distinct racial tiers: white, Negro, mulatto, Mongolian, and Malay. This is the thing here. California saves the day because all these black people in California talking about that they native and they this and they that. How? How? Up in the 48, they imposed 5 distinct racial tiers. Let's go. Unlike the Southern one-drop rule, which classified anyone with non-white heritage into a singular lower caste, California's system had to account for its Mexican population. So in 1848, Mexican citizens who choose to stay in the newly acquired U.S. territories were legally recognized as white. Man, they done made the Mexicans white. Woo, brown pride. The Mexicans is white. So this created a complex, contradictory reality. Mexican citizens with deep indigenous roots was legally white on paper, while local Native Americans and Asian immigrants faced heavily legal disenfranchisement. The Native Americans and the Mexicans are related. I don't even know how you get the Mexicans to be white and not the Native Americans. They're genetically related. They come from the paleo. California also passed laws to police who could participate in the legal system based on precise racial categories. Section 394 of the California Civil Practice Act explicitly stated that no Indian or Negro shall be allowed to testify as a witness in any section in which a white person is a party. The white people could get away with anything. Ladies and gentlemen, this goes back to the mere point of what I referred to earlier in the conversation, because we have laws from Virginia. Listen, we have laws from Virginia to California, that's coast to coast, the Atlantic to the Pacific, that tells us a Negro or an Indian couldn't testify against a white person. And you call black people racist. How, Sway? How could we be racist? We couldn't even testify against a white person. Come on now, dog. In Boosie voice. In the 1854 landmark case, People versus Hall, the California Supreme Court expanded this multi-term rule, declaring that the term Indian applied to all Chinese people as well, legally blocking Asian immigrants from testifying against white citizens. So now the Asians can't, the Indians can't. No wonder the Mexicans started having gangs and ish. They thought they was white. Yo, West say, what's up, hoes? What's up, hoes? What you got on my 40 hoes? The Mexicans was white. The Asians and the Chinese was like the Indians. That's crazy work, California. While Southern states simplified white supremacy into a two-term binary to police black and white citizens, California operated a multi-tiered legal caste system. It used micro-targeted, explicit laws to separate white, black, Native American, Chinese, and Filipino populations from one another. And Ice Cube, he go Ice Cube ass think that he motherfucking excuse me. Sorry, kids. And he go Ice Cube thinking that he is an engine. Not according to California law. Not according to their multi-tiered legal caste system. You was black, my boy. You been black, my boy. Y'all, that was not a coincidence comment. That was me. I accidentally hit the button. Not a coincidence. Is not here. They ain't doing real genealogy, melanated goddess. Yeah, yeah. My mono, whatever his name is, he immediately became um pseudo a while back when he said something. I just I ain't paying too much attention to him. I know we got Andy in the building and he been dropping that link. You welcome, Andy. You cannot listen, melanated. You cannot follow somebody in the chat that is yes, he's definitely all over the place for sure. I'm way behind y'all. I'm trying to catch up. That is correct. Q Hefner. No dispute from me, bruh. No dispute from me on that, bro. Watch this. No, New York did not have a strict two-term legal racial classification system like the southern states. New York passed plenty of discriminatory laws throughout its history. It never codified a rigid one-drop rule or forced its entire population to a permanent binary white versus colored legal caste system. This is why we fled to the north. Instead, New York's racial approach fluctuated based on wealth, property ownership, and shifting waves of multi-ethnic immigration. The key historical difference in how New York structured its racial categories include property-based citizenship, not a pure racial binary. When New York rewrote its constitution in 1821, it created a highly segregated system, but it relied on wealth and class barriers rather than a strict biological definition of race. The voting double standard. 1821 Constitution eliminated property requirements for white men, allowing almost all of them to vote. However, it required black men to own at least $250 worth of property to vote. In 1821, you know we ain't got $250. Wealth as a loophole because it was wealth barrier rather than a strict racial ban. A small number of wealthy black men legally maintained full voting rights. In contrast, Southern two-tier systems strip rights from individuals based purely on a single drop of ancestry, regardless of their wealth or social standing. Unlike California's multi-tier system, the South's two-tier system, New York never passed a law banning interracial marriage because the state did not legally forbid marriages between different race groups. It never had to create a strict bureaucratic framework to define exactly who was white or colored to issue marriage license. Because New York City was the primary gateway for millions of global immigrants, the state's social hierarchy was historically defined by distinct European and global nationalities rather than a simple two-race binary. So, in the late 19th and 20th centuries, groups like the Irish, Italians, and Eastern European Jews are heavily discriminated against and socially categorized as entirely as separate races by Anglo-Saxon establishments. State and local records uh, from this era focus heavily on tracking national origins and language rather than folding everyone into a broad white block. While Southern states use explicit two-term laws to legally mandate separate spaces, New York achieved similar results through de facto segregation. Instead of writing law defining who was black to keep them out of certain neighborhoods or schools, New York used institutional tools like redlining, racially restrictive covenants in property deeds, and discriminatory hiring practices. These tools successfully separated the population by race without requiring the state to legally define a one drop of blood on a birth certificate. So, New York was deeply segregated, but it did not rely on a clean two term definition of race. It functioned on a complex, fluid matrix of wealth, property ownership, and ever changing ethnic categories driven by its massive immigrant population. Where I'm going next. Mono said the Egyptians came to America. Y'all lying. He didn't say that. Mono, you didn't say that, did you? Tell him stop lying on you, Mono. You didn't say the Egyptians came to America, bro. How they get here? What route did the Egyptians take to get to the Americas? And what evidence did they leave behind? What papyrus could we read that would actually document their voyage to the Americas? And then in what dynastic period was this travel to the Americas made? You can rewind and listen to my questions again in case you're gonna really drop some answers. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically what we're talking about here, for those of you who are came in late, is we're talking about uh, how whites established racial categorizations for themselves. They made themselves the primary in every situation, and how they discriminated against others. Everything that we talked about also defines a ongoing argument about race and racism and who could be a racist and who cannot. Only a racist would be able to put themselves at the forefront of every category in every state across the Americas. That's what a racist would do. And then denote the other ethnicities as beneath them because it is you who are writing these things into law and want people to operate in that space. Yo, you lying, bro. Vibration of Lilith. Oh, okay. Oh, Eric, you said do Kansas. They were the first people out of Africa. You crazy. We learning today. Dang, they ain't even give me. Oh, there you go. All right, Eric. Kansas did not have a strict two-term legal racial classification system like the southern states. While Kansas enacted many discriminatory laws and permitted Jim Crow segregation, its legal system never codified a rigid one-drop rule or forced its entire population into permanent binary white versus colored legal caste system. Instead, Kansas operated under permissive, fragmented systems that targeted segregated specific populations in certain cities while remaining highly decentralized. The local option system, which decentralized law, this is how this works. Shout out to Eric for bringing this up because we're learning something different about each state and how they had these systems in place to create uh, these laws and these opportunities for whites only. So, unlike the southern states, which passed sweeping statewide mandates requiring total racial separation across all public spaces, Kansas utilized permissive segregation policy. So, in 1879 school statute, the state legislature passed a law allowing only cities of the first class, towns with populations over 15,000 like Topeka or Kansas City, the option to operate separate schools. Smaller towns and rural areas were legally barred from segregating schools. High schools were legally mandated to remain integrated across almost the entire state because segregation was left to local option rather than dictated statewide. Kansas never needed to establish a rigid, uniform state level bureaucratic definition of white or colored to govern its citizens. A multi ethnic reality or realities, tri ethnic segregation. Because of its geographic location, Kansas attracted various immigrant groups, making a simple black white binary impossible to enforce. In the early 20th century, the state experienced significant Mexican migration. Instead of collapsing Mexican residents into white or colored legal designations, cities created separate, multi layered micro categories. In Kansas City, Kansas, the legislature passed a special exemption allowing the city to segregate its high schools. And cities subsequently built an entire separate high school for African American students, an entire separate middle school explicitly for Mexican American students. Oh, shit. A key indicator of a true two-term racial classification system is the aggressive legal policing of marriage license, as seen in Georgia and Virginia. Kansas never passed an anti-miscegenation law banning interracial marriage because the state did not prohibit marriage between different racial groups. It never had to create a strict one-drop rule. A one-drop legal registry to verify the bloods of couples applying for marriage. Oh boy. The catalyst of the Exodus movement. Y'all remember this? People left about Tennessee and went to Kansas. The push for segregation in Kansas actually intensified during the 1870s when thousands of formerly enslaved Black Americans fled the South for Kansas, known as the Exoduster movement. White Kansas, despite the Free State anti-slavery history, panicked at the sudden influx and began establishing localized segregation. However, they relied primarily on neighborhood covenants, private business discrimination, and local municipal choices rather than a top-down statewide two-tier racial definition. This localized structure is precisely why Topeka became the battleground for the landmark Brown versus Board of Education. There you go, right there in Kansas. Hold on. Shawn, you know there are hieroglyphics in the Grand Canyon. Stop it. Yeah, okay. Let's ask A. No, I don't want to get AI off track. We definitely not going down pseudo hill. Yeah, that I'm not dealing with that. Y'all already know we done deal with that over and over. Andy, drop the link. Shawn P stole Neck channel. Neck ain't even showed up to his own shit. My bad. I forgot the kids listening. Neck ain't even came on his own platform, y'all, to say, what's up, peace, how y'all doing? None of that. The man don't even know somebody is on his own channel running his channel, bro. That's crazy. He didn't get a notification about his own channel. Let's go to Ohio. Yeah, so my grandmama, her name Beulah, right? She named after my great grandmother. So my great grandmother was a card sharp in Kentucky on my mama's side. She was with the SH, the poo poo. You know, Kansas had the first black army regiments. Yes. Anyway, by my great great grandmama. She apparently she falls in love with this guy. They create my great grandmama, and then it's up from there. But the guy that she created the baby with, he was serving in the army. Yep. My great grandmama, she was known. My great grandmama was a teacher, educator. Yes. Her second daughter, our youngest daughter, my aunt sis, was also an educator. My aunt sis left Louisville, Kentucky, and went to California, where she would a little about the middle of her life, where she would live out the rest of her life, and then she would come back south, but she would go to Tennessee, stay with my uncle. But anyway, my great grandmama was an educator. If I showed y'all think she was a white woman, she would. Crazy. Her daddy was biracial. My great grandmama daddy was biracial, and her mama was white. Crazy. Crazy. So the answers to the next ones that I put in here vary across 3 states. Kentucky was the only one of the three to codify a strict 2-tier 1-drop rule. Ohio and Indiana rejected theirs, but there's so many racist people in Ohio. Uh, dang. Because Ohio and Indiana were free states carved out for the Northwestern Territory, and Kentucky was a southern slave state, the legal definitions of race evolved along entirely different paths. Why come you guys ignored me? What did you say? The link not working for you. Good, because I don't want you up here. The link do work because he used the link. He right here.
Hey, what's up, buddy? I'm
Don't
talking
get
to
kicked
this
off.
guy right
Do
here.
not get kicked off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's up?
I'm in a spa
What?
right. Yeah, I'm doing good. What's up with you?
Chilling. What's going
Chilling.
on, Andy? So what's the name of your book?
It's called a Skid Row story.
Oh, okay. Skid Row story.
Yeah, my dad
Okay.
used to work there. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
I'm in a spa, like in a hotel spa right now.
Oh,
You
okay.
hear the music in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
So how's your day, man?
Man, my day chilling. Shout out to Robert Rand, appreciate that. But yeah, I would say that it's in my family blood. We got a lot of smart people in our family for sure. Um,
Yeah.
on both sides of my family, it's on my mama's side. My mama might be the slowest one though.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle was a
Okay.
gangster. My uncle was a gangster. But then he got into, after he caught his cases and stuff like that, he was able to turn his life around. Then he got into the medical field. My other uncle was in the medical field. Um,
Yeah.
my mama was a red bone girl in the ghetto, and all the dudes wanted her. So all the dudes with money try to influence her. So you already know some dude was trying to keep. She was kept lazy than a mug. Um, let me see. My auntie Gail worked hard. She worked for AT&T, retired, but she was an educator. She was the first to do a lot of stuff, AT&T was the first person that they relocated somewhere up out of Nashville was my auntie. They took her from AT&T in Nashville that was by Hillsborough High School. They took her from there
Mhm.
to Atlanta, and then from Atlanta to go to New Jersey, to run up New Jersey. When she ran up New Jersey, she had some health issues, and she was gonna have to come back home. So she retired from AT&T, came on home, and then she was at home until she transitioned. And she was the oldest sibling of my mama. On my mama's side, she was the oldest. Her and my uncle Butch, they were the oldest, two out of five. But
That's
anyway,
interesting.
yeah. But anyway, man. So you writing a book about Skid Row. When you dropping the book, Andy?
I'm like in the third chapter right now. I'm writing the
Oh,
third
so you just
chapter
now
now.
writing the book. So we won't get the book until next year.
Till next year, man.
Okay. Who gonna edit your book?
That's something that I'm gonna have to figure out.
Well, see, I know an editing company by the name of Same Tree Different Branch Publishing. They edit books. Yep. They can edit your book and get your book around the world.
Perfect. Can you send me a link?
Sure, just look it up on your phone. You go to Same Tree Different Branch Publishing.com.
Saint Tree.
You want me to put it in I'm gonna put it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I'm gonna put it in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I know the guy that actually runs it.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, you know I have teachers in
I
my
just
family
dropped it
too,
in the
though.
chat, Andy. I just dropped it in the chat. Make sure you go in the chat while the chat moving faster than the mug. But over there
I
talking
know.
about they going back and forth over there. All
I can
right, so
see
I
that.
dropped the link. You got it?
Hold on.
It's right there, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it soon. Don't worry.
Hold on. Who's just not a coincidence in here? All right, y'all. Look like not a coincidence is in here. No, it ain't. That's me. That's me. My bad. I forgot. Nah, that's not a coincidence. Oh man, who done let not a coincidence in here? Y'all bugging. I done hijacked that man whole channel. How long you been in here? Yo, Neck, how long you been in here?
I clicked on the link, man. It's legit.
Yeah, the link legit, bro. I ain't gonna give you no falsifications or nothing, man. We do real business. Or did you type that into the all chat? I don't know who did it. That ain't me. That not a coincidence, dude. That's dropping the StreamYard link is not me. Nah, I'm joking. The not a coincidence dude dropping the link was me. I put it in the chat. So that was me.
That's
But
amazing.
the other one, not a coincidence ain't here. That was me that did the StreamYard.
That's amazing, dude.
All right, so
Yeah.
Vyasa says Shawn P. Auntie Mo wrote a book. I told her the same thing to go to Same Tree Different Branch. Mo be tripping, bro. She probably did already talk to Kofi. He called his mom lazy. Yeah, I did. She is lazy. What you mean? Man, my mama didn't start working. My mama didn't start working, man, until like 10 years ago. Like for
Mhm.
real. And then
Hey,
she fell in love with the type of work that she was doing, so she started her own what is that? Where they be assisting older people and stuff like that. She
yeah,
doing that. She got like a couple of
yeah.
clients that she take care of. It might be 15. Hold up. Pimpin' 22, 20, well, Pimpin' 23. So I think she was taking care of Danny. Pippa was about maybe 10. She been about 15 years. Yeah, CNA. Well,
Mm-hmm.
she really ain't no CNA though. She, man, my mama led, man. Come on, bro. Like she in her 60s now. She's not like working
Yeah,
like late 40s, 50s. Bro, come on. I mean,
yeah.
50s. My mama lazy
Hey,
than a
Shawn
mother.
P.
What up?
How many books have you written, and how much money did you made off those books?
I don't count how much money I made off the books. I count how many books I sold. So I sold hundreds of
Mm,
books. Got books over in Gambia. And it's a total of about 13 books.
interesting. Yeah, I'm just writing it just to get the Benihana money, the money to pay off my lawyers, and the money to get my own place one day.
You Benny Hanna money,
Yeah.
bro. You tripping?
So yeah,
What
dude,
you
dude,
what you got to
I
pay your
love Benny.
lawyers off for? You caught a case?
Yeah, I'm suing my landlord, my rich
Oh,
ass landlord, by the way. Yeah,
okay. How much money you gonna get from that?
about maybe 1,000 or 1,000,000, depending how well it goes. But if I'm gonna win this case big, I have to pay them like around hopefully 1,000, if not maybe 1,000,000, to pay them back. They're not. These lawyers ain't cheap, man. Let me tell you.
That ain't cheap.
No, they ain't cheap lawyers, dude. They had to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a lawyer named Eric though. Yeah, it's a really cool guy. I really love the guy a lot. And landlords though, they're just like real pieces of shit. By the way, you want to know who they love though?
Who they love?
They love that Donald Trump. They love some Donald Trump, man. That's what they love. My not my lawyers, my fucking landlords. They yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. I'm in a hotel right now, but I'm in
Oh,
the
okay.
like lounge. Yeah, you hear the music in the background, right?
Yeah, you told us that.
And I'm in here for like a job interview though,
Man, you need to get
basically.
focused, bro. Get off this stream. Get ready for your job
No,
interview.
I'm
Yeah, he
worried that
definitely
I
slow.
won't get.
Hey, look,
No,
look.
but
Yeah, you need to focus. You need to focus. Focus on the interview. I put him in the back. You're in the back, Andy. You need to focus on the interview. Come back after your interview. You tripping, bro. All right, let me get back to the bill. So Ohio completely rejected the Southern two-tier system. That's why you see so many mixed babies in Ohio. Man, listen. So I was in Cincinnati when my sister had a basketball game. And when I tell you that them in Cincinnati, that there is a population of biracial kids, bruh, they everywhere. My sister got like 5 on her basketball team. Like 5 of them. They all biracial. I'm like, this is crazy. Everywhere we went, it was biracial people, bro. Like they be crossing them lines. But also in Ohio, in certain aspects or areas of Ohio, they are very, very racist. They ain't with none of that. I know they everywhere in Cali. Shoot, you can't in Cali, one of the most Cali's like the most mixed up state of all 50 states. Or if some of y'all want to include the you know what I'm saying, the other islands. But California is like, and New York ain't even really like that because the blacks were so segregated at that time. But yeah, California's a melting pot for biracial ancestry for sure. For sure. That's why you got. That's why Ice Cube think that he an Indian, and he and his black ass look like my little cousin Evan. They look just alike. If I showed y'all a picture of my cousin Evan, y'all would be like, man, it's Ice Cube. And Evan ain't no mother freaking Indian. They're everywhere. There's a military base. That's a fact. Cheeks got to get clapped. Oh, I said that too loud. Yeah, but cheeks got to get clapped for sure. For sure. All right, what's our next topic? All right, let's go to this one. Is Lucia a black person? We just surface leveling. We ain't even got to get too deep. Look at that. Look at that answer. They don't even want to give you nothing else. No, Lucia was not. Oh, there you go. No, Lucia was not a black person. She was genetically a Native American Amerindian. Golly. Lucia is the nickname given to 11,500-year-old human skeleton found in Brazil, 1975. The widespread belief that she was black or African stems from an earlier scientific mistake in a famous outdated facial reconstruction. The scientific explanation of Lucia's actual identity involves the following key discoveries. 99. It's 1999, my ninja. The African facial reconstruction. Brazilian anthropologist William Neves studied the skull. Noticed the skull was long and narrow. This is the pseudoscience. Projecting jaws, trace structurally different from modern Eastern Asian looking Native Americans. Never commissioned a British forensic artist to create a clay. Neves commissioned the British, somebody from Britain, made it. Then he went ahead and then he added resulting the bones with wide lips, broad nose, features of the media heavily marketed as Africa or Negroid. This led to a popular theory that a wave of Africans of Australian Aborigines populated South America before traditional Native Americans arrived. Then you had breakthrough in 2018. The DNA is definitive. While the skull shaped widely within any population, DNA in definitive 2018 international team of scientists successfully extracted and sequenced ancient DNA from Lagoa Santa skeleton remains, the exact population Lucia belonged to. The genetic results completed disproven African theory. The DNA proved Lucia's people had zero genetic connection to Africa or Australia. Zero. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. She not IBA. She not IBA, whatever that is. Instead, they were entirely descended from the same ancestral Northeast Asian populations that crossed the Barren Land Bridge and gave rise to all the other indigenous populations of peoples in the Americas. Woo, woo, woo. Where y'all want to go next? What's they other claim? Oh, Montezuma. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, baby, we in the club, holla. Hey, baby. They gonna say no. And then their argument for why AI is saying no is because AI don't know. Then they gonna tell you all the problems with AI. But AI right when they want to use it. Montezuma was not a black person. He was an indigenous Mesoamerican of the Mexica ethnicity. Montezuma was a Mexican. Woo woo. Man, listen, man. I'm beating up on these pseudos. It's crazy. Beating up on the pseudos. Not a coincidence. Can't even stop me. He can't even stop me. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He can't even stop me right now. Lotus said the Royal Society created AI. Lotus is retarded. Let's go to something else. Let's go to something else they use. Oh yeah, watch this, y'all. Watch this. The 13 colonies were established by black people. This is shout out to pseudo Philly guy. They y'all call him Aboriginal Autochthonous One. He be saying this all the time, right? Because he get it from a pseudo book. No, the 13 American colonies were not established by black people. They were established and governed by European powers, primarily Great Britain, under authority of the British Crown. This mug still loading information on this. I'm in the Bay. Old Mac Sean. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to it. We already talked about the Old Mac heads. We already talked to Old Mac heads. You was late. You was late to the party. We're gonna say the 13 colonies was established by black Europeans. Remember, that's Aboriginal power and Unconscious One's argument. My bad. Calvin Denzel Roberts and Unconscious One's argument. No, the 13 American colonies were not established by black Europeans. This concept is a popular alternate history theory frequently shared in specific online spaces, but it contradicts documented global history. The actual history of who legally established the colonies and where the Black European theory originates is clear. Who legally established the colonies? We just told you. The founders were established by white European joint stock companies, religious groups, the Puritans in Massachusetts, wealthy British aristocrats like William Penn in Pennsylvania, the governance, every colonial governor, royal magistrate, and legislature who had the legal authority to charter and run these companies was of white European descent. Origin of the Black European theory. Watch this. The claim that black Europeans founded the colonies usually centered around the British monarchs who authorized them, specifically King James I. Fringe internet theories claim that King James I and Stuart royal family were black. This claim relies on a few historical misunderstandings. The Black Acts of Scotland. Promoters of this theory point to historical Scottish laws known as the Black Acts passed during King James' reign. They argue this means that the king was black. In reality, historians call them the Black Acts simply because they were originally printed using a heavy, dark, black letter Gothic font. It had nothing to do with race. Swarthy. Let's go. Some historical text descriptions of King Charles II or other British elites use Old English words like swarthy or black to describe their dark hair, brown eyes, and complexion that were darker than the pale Anglo-Saxon standard. In the 17th century, the words were used to describe olive skin tones of dark features on white Europeans, not African ancestors. Royal portraits, contemporary descriptions, and the deeply documented genealogical and the British Scottish royal families confirm that King James I was a white European, Scottish, English, French, and Danish descent. The true role of black people in the colonies. Black people did not establish the 13 colonies politically or hold the royal charters. They were the obsolete economic backbone of the colonies. So when somebody in the chat earlier told you that black people were the backbone of building, that's all we was in this situation here. We was the backbone. We was the foundation. We built this. We can say we built it. Yeah, other people participated in the building process, but our labor manufactured the birth of the Americas. Because beginning in 1619, the colonies really relied heavily on the forced labor of enslaved West and Central Africans. These men and women physically built the infrastructure, cleared the wilderness, and produced the massive cash crops: tobacco, rice, indigo. They made the colonies profitable for the British Empire. The colonies were legally and politically established by white European authorities, but their physical construction and survival were built on the labor of Africans brought over through the transatlantic slave trade. There were no black people here. The black people were from Africa. How y'all want to do this? You know what I'm saying? So let's get to. I'm feeling good right now. Let's go a little step further. Let's ask away. What we want to ask next? Take it off the screen. What you say, the IBA, right? Who are the IBA known as Indigenous Black Americans? Boy, this finna get a rise out of AI. The term Indigenous Black American is used in two very different contexts today: as a political lineage identity for Afro-Indigenous people who possess legitimate Native American ancestry, as an ideological label within an internet-based alternative history movement known as the Aboriginal or Black Indigenous movement. Yo, look what it say. An alternative history known as the Aboriginal or Indigenous Black Movement. Let's go, AI. Understanding who uses IBA label requires distinguishing between two groups: factual lineage-based identity, Afro-Indigenous freedmen. We know the freedmen. The freedmen are people of African descent. What? Here we go. In academic, legal, and formal contexts, Indigenous Black Americans refer to individuals of dual heritage who have verified ancestral roots in both African and Native American populations. Over centuries of European colonization, enslaved and free Africans frequently intermarried with Native American tribes. Additionally, the 5 tribes, Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, practice chattel slavery, integrating many black people into their societies. That's why I said you might as well claim to be a freeman. If you're gonna claim it, Abos, you might as well be a freeman, bro, because you ain't got no argument nowhere else, and we ain't even gonna challenge you on being a freeman. We're gonna let you have it. We ain't gonna go in. We ain't gonna pull up our. We ain't gonna go to ancestry.com and run you down and debunk you being a freeman. We just gonna let you have it, bro. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to claim dual. You want to claim all. So we're going to beat you up. After the Civil War, treaties mandated that those formerly enslaved people be granted full tribal citizenship. Today, their descendants are often called tribal freedmen or Black Indians, are fighting complex legal and political battles to maintain or reclaim their citizenship and rights in tribes that implemented restrictive blood quantum laws. Many families who identify this way point to historical uh, figures like Walter Plecker in Virginia or Jim Crow era laws in Georgia and Oklahoma, which legally erased their Indian status on paper and forcibly reclassified them as them simply as Black or colored. That's why DNA is important. Now, number two, the alternative history online movement. Yo, where you at? Where you at? Where she go? Melanated. Melanated. What up, 9x9? What good with your plug? Destroy the Mounds next. Gotcha. In recent years across social media platform, notice the key word in this summary is in recent years. So what would be described as recent years? Would recent years be the last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Let's try to find that shiggity out. Let's find that shiggity out. So what do you mean by recent years? Okay. We want to make sure that we are talking about some real stuff here. So before I get back to the other thing, I just want to go to another overview real quick. And the other overview real quick says this, just for, to give us a generalization of what they're referring to. So the phrase recent years means a short period of time leading up to the present day, usually meaning the last 2 to 5 years. Go look at the movement, you get it. You get it. COVID. Not a coincidence, told y'all here first. The COVID Indians. The pandemic Indian movement. Call these people PIM. Oh, you a PIM. What's a PIM? Pandemic. You part of the PIM, the Pandemic Indian Movement. PIM. Heard it here first. PIM. That's what we call them from now on. They ain't IBA. They ain't FBA. They PIMs. Man, you a PIM. Look what it say. In recent years across social media platforms, the acronym IBA has been adopted by an alternative history subculture. An alternative history subculture. What is alternative history? Let's get a definition of alternative history. I'm not going to switch my screen. Well, you know what? Yes, I can. I'm just talking. Alternative history is a genre of speculative fiction. These people are in speculative fiction and thought experiments centered on what if scenarios where a pivotal historical event turns out differently. And what do? Dane Calloway is the chief person that deals with alternative history because he what ifs the hell out of everything. That's how he claimed to be. Remember, he said that motherfucking who was fake? Nat Turner wasn't real. He did say that. Harriet Tubman too. He did a whole bunch of what ifs. He did that on a few laws too. Anyway, that's a part of that's a part of his movement. So let's keep it going. So this group operates similar to movements like FBA or American Freedmen, but adds a specific geographic claim. The core belief: proponents of this online IBA movement claim that Black people did not arrive in the United States primarily through the transatlantic slave trade. Instead, they argue, listen, Ice Cube, that black-skinned people were the original Aboriginal inhabitants of the Americas long before the arrival of Christopher Columbus or modern Native Americans. You don't say. The evidence they cite, movement members frequently point to old colonial texts using words like swarthy, yes they do, indigenous copper-colored descriptions, yes they do, ancient Mesoamerican structures like the Olmec heads, yes they do, and the presence of ancient earthwork mounds across the American Midwest, claiming these were built by an ancient black civilization. Crazy. The scientific reality. Mainstream historians, archaeologists, anthropologists, and geneticists categorize this specific online version of the IBA movement as pseudo-archaeology. They're pseudo. Extensive global DNA testing on ancient skeleton across the Americas has consistently proven that the original inhabitants migrated out of Northeast Asia. No peer-reviewed genetic evidence supports the theory of a massive pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. But if someone refers to themselves as indigenous Black American, they are either an Afro-Indigenous person tracing their documented genealogy back to a specific Native American tribe, or they are participating in a social media alternative history movement. That is what they are, a social media alternative history movement. We need to properly define who they are. Oh, you're part of that social media alternative history movement that believes African descended people are the original prehistoric inhabitants of the American continent or otherwise. It ain't just African. You niggas, you niggas, you niggas, shut up. Callie said mound builders. Let's get to it. Black people did not build the prehistoric American earthworks and mounds. The massive complex of earthen mounds spread across the American Midwest and South was built entirely by indigenous Native Americans. The idea that non-indigenous groups, whether African, European, or lost civilizations, built the mounds is known by historians as archaeologists as the mound builder myth. This extensive scientific, historical, and archaeological facts regarding who constructed these monuments reveal why misconceptions exist. Mainstream archaeologists have conclusively proven that the mounds were built by various Native American cultures over a span of more than 5,000 years, beginning 3500 BCE. These includes the Archaic, Adena, Hopewell, and Mississippian periods. Geneticists have successfully extracted and analyzed ancient DNA from human remains found inside the mounds. The genetic data shows zero connections to Africa, Europe, or Asia Minor. Instead, the skeleton remains carry the exact haplogroups belonging to the ancestors of modern Native American tribes such as the Choctaw, Creek, Cherokee, Natchez, and Shawnee. Artifacts and cultural continuity, the pottery and artwork, weapon tools, religious symbols, unearthed the mounds with the continuous artistic and technological evolution of North American indigenous peoples. Furthermore, the earliest Spanish and French explorers of the 15 and 1600s physically witnessed Native American chiefs actively living on and using these temple mounds. Did you know that, Abos? That the French and the Spanish saw these people living on these mounds, and you're going to tell the French and the Spanish, no, they weren't, they were black? Tapzilla. The origin of the mound builder myth. The claim that Native Americans did not build the mounds date back to the 19th century, when a white man settlers pushed west past Appalachians. They discovered sophisticated geometric earthworks in the massive cities of the Cahokia Mounds in Illinois. Driven by racial bias, Europe, like they did in Egypt, Euro-American politicians and writers argued that the Native Americans they were actively displacing were too primitive. Remember, they called Egyptians primitive, Africans primitive. They couldn't have done it. the same shit. To have engineered such monumental architecture, they invented stories claiming the mounds were built by a lost advanced race. Yeah, Vikings, Atlanteans, ancient Israelites, pseudo, who supposedly wiped out the Native Americans. This false narrative was used as a political justification for Indian removal policies. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it here first. The claims of mound builders having to be these other people, Atlanteans, are pseudo, and Israelites, pseudo, Viking, pseudo. The false narrative was used as a political justification for the Indian removal policies, arguing white settlers were simply taking back land from recent intruders. Ain't that some In the late 20th and 21st centuries, the exact same 19th century mound building myth was adopted and flipped by certain alternative history movements. Proponents of this view used the old Eurocentric argument. This was a Eurocentric argument that Native Americans lacked the capability to build the earthworks, but substituted the lost white race with an ancient black or Afrocentric civilization. See, this is why we have to be careful, black people. You Afrocentrics are messing up Afrocentricity, and you are really exploiting the stupidity in us when you try to stay claim to this. They often cite old colonial texts that describe indigenous peoples as swarthy or copper colored, or point to the presence of Mound Bayou, Mississippi, which was actually a highly successful historic all black town founded in 1887 by former enslaved African Americans, not an ancient prehistoric site. All right. So we ain't building no mounds. Who created the pseudo archaeological claims of Atlantis? Yeah. We need to know. The modern pseudo-archaeological claims about Atlantis were primarily created by Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and author who published the groundbreaking book Atlantis in 1882, ladies and gentlemen. They listening to that white man right here, Ignatius Donnelly. Him. Covered in gold. Okay, so I got to do it. Man, we moving and grooving. We been live for 2.5 and we ain't seen not a coincidence one time. He can't say he ain't off work because he off work. He won't even say peace to the chat. How I'm on that man channel, he won't even say peace to the chat. It's crazy. Black people are not the creators of Turtle Island. Turtle Island is a sacred name and concept created entirely by indigenous Native American people of North America. The origin of the name, its cultural meaning, and the modern alternative history theory surrounding it involved a few key factors. The term Turtle Island comes from the creation stories of various indigenous nations, most notably the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Oduwa, the Powhatan, and the, I don't know how to say this one, but we're going to go, Haudenosaunee. Haudenosaunee is the O silent. Haudenosaunee. According to these traditional oral histories, the world was originally covered entirely in water after the flood. A massive turtle offered its back as a place for life to begin. Animals dived into the deep waters to gather the mud. or earth and placed it on a turtle shell. The mud grew into a vast landmass that is now the North America, with the shape of the continent roughly resembling a giant turtle. Because the oral traditions have been passed down through generations for thousands of years, modern indigenous peoples and activists use Turtle Island as a respectable pre-colonial name for North America. Mainstream anthropology, archaeology, and extensive genetic mapping have conclusively proven the original people who lived on and named Turtle Island were the ancestors of modern Native Americans. Ancient skeleton remains found across North America share a direct genetic lineage with modern Native American tribes and ancestral populations from Northeast Asia. No pre-Columbian African collection. There's zero peer-reviewed genetic, archaeological, or linguistic evidence showing a Black or African presence in North America prior to European contact. They keep telling us this. The claim that Black people created or originally inhabited Turtle Island in a modern alternative history theory shared within specific internet subcultures, such as the Aboriginal Indigenous Black American movement. Proponents of this theory often claim that Black-skinned people were the original inhabitants of North America and that modern Native Americans arrived later. They frequently cite old colonial text descriptions using words like swarthy or copper-colored to describe the people they encountered, misinterpreting these historical descriptions of indigenous people's skin tones as meaning of African ancestry. While Black people have been central to physically and economically building modern American society since their forced arrival in the transatlantic slave trade, they are not the creators of Turtle Island. That name, concept, and land itself belong exclusively to the heritage and history of indigenous Native Americans. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just keeping it surface level today. Just keeping it surface level today. So, oh, this is a good one. Oh, I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm thinking the black, black, y'all, and I'm thinking black, black, and the black, and black, and the black, and the black, black, because I'm black and I'm back. Abraham Lincoln was not a black man. He was a white man of English and Welsh descent. He was born in Hogganville, Kentucky in 1808. I was there. To Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hank, both of whom were white settlers, tracing their ancestors back to European immigrants in Virginia and Massachusetts. The claim that Lincoln was black or mixed race is well-known historical rumor that stems from 19th century political smearing and modern alternative history theories. See, in 1860 was just used as a political slander because he was acting pro-slavery. Listen, let me tell you. Just listen to me, and I'm going to tell you why he got the slander. During 1860 presidential election, Lincoln political opponents frequently used racial slurs and rumors to damage his campaign. This was similar to people calling Darwin a monkey or a black lover. It was the same. He was a nigger lover or black lover, monkey lover. Whatever we did to Darwin, we did it to Abraham Lincoln and many others. Let me show you. So pro-slavery Democrats, political cartoonists mockingly referred to him as Abraham Africanus the First. They created rumors that he was secretly of mixed race of African ancestry because of his tall, lanky frame, deep-set facial structures, slightly dark skin tone, which was simply weathered from a long time of outdoor physical labor, and you motherfuckers bought it. You thought it, your Aboriginal powers, you smoke signals, you Betsy's, all of you fools thought Abraham Lincoln was a black man because a white man told you that, and you fool believed it. In the 19th century, Accusing a white politician of heavy black ancestry was a common tactic used to discredit them and scare white voters away from supporting anti-slavery policies. So in 1940, you get somebody like J.A. Rogers who writes this shit in the book, and Negroes misrepresents it. So here's what happens. The rumor, it resurfaced in the mid-20th century. J.A. Rogers, an African-American author, in his book, he claimed that Lincoln had African roots, citing the old political pamphlets from the 1860 election as proof. However, historians have repeatedly tried to tell this motherfucker Rogers mistook it. It was satire. He didn't think it was, and the factual genealogical evidence that exists on Abraham Lincoln that he was Dutch and Welsh. That's just the record. Now you got these new age internet Negroes on here today using the same damn lie, running around here telling people that the man was black. Today, the theory is repeated online, the alternative history subcultures by people that call themselves Aboriginal, like Aboriginal Power, whose real name, that bastard's name's Calvin. I don't know where he get Aboriginal from. His mama named him Calvin Roberts. He got Calvin Denzel Roberts. He got a slave name. Yeah, that boy got a slave name. Yeah, he do. It's DNA slavery. Yeah, he was definitely African, piece of person of African descent over there in East Tennessee or Knoxville. They damn sure ain't playing with him about him being a Negro. He was a damn Negro over there with the boys over there, the white sheets. He was a Negro. He wasn't no indigenous nothing. That motherfucker family member come from slavery. You hear me? We ain't allowed that shit in East Tennessee or the state of Tennessee at all. That nigga was a good, his family was some good niggers, I tell you. They could clean a hog, I tell you, they can barbecue it, pit it up, yeah, spice it up. They can do all that shit. They were the best at it. Them niggas over there in Knoxville, shit. Now, proponents often point to historical text descriptions that call Lincoln's father and grandfather swarthy or dark complexion. You stupid motherfuckers, if you ever just paid attention to what we always tell you, we'll tell you the truth on why we smear Abraham Lincoln's name. He ain't the only person we did it to, but we did it. As noted with the other historical figures, the word swarthy in the 18th and 19th century English was commonly used to describe white Europeans with tan skin, dark hair, olive complexion, such as peoples as Italian, Spanish, Welsh, or German descent, and did not mean African heritage. So all these motherfuckers online that are part of the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Black American movement, those motherfuckers think swarthy means black, and it don't. It never did. That shit never meant none of that shit. I don't know where they get that shit from. I don't know where they get half the shit that they make up. But they make the shit up and then they try to convince themselves and you that they was already here. There was some goddamn niggers. We brought them here. We know where the niggers come from. We know what aided the Native Americans. We know all of that shit. We did it. We enslaved them black motherfuckers. They work hard though. Hard working niggers. I don't know why they don't want to be that. Oh man. I don't know why you want this one. You just want this one. Them goddamn niggers, I tell you, they'll make up any goddamn thing with this internet shit. Internet will allow all the stupid shit. They let a nigger say whatever he want on the internet. Tell you that firsthand. Sure will. This woman was not a historical black woman, a real historical black woman. She is a completely fictional character from the 16th century Spanish adventure novel. However, her fictional story is highly famous because it is the direct source behind the name of the state of California. The literary origin of Queen Calafia and the history behind her legend include the following facts. The fictional origin. She was created by Spanish author Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo in fantasy adventure novel Las Surgas de Esplandian. The Adventures of the Esplandian, published in 1510. In the book, Montclave describes Khalifa as a majestic, robust, and beautiful black pagan warrior woman. The island of California, she ruled over a mythical paradise island named California, located right on the hand of the Indies. According to the novel, and the island was populated entirely by black Amazon-like women. You heard these abos try to use this. Black Amazon-like women warriors who were golden armor and commanded an army of flying trained griffins. Who the freak it was flying then? During the 1500s, chivalric fantasy novels were incredibly popular beach reads among Spanish explorers and conquistadors. When explorer Hernan Cortez and his crew sailed up the western coast of Mexico in 1530, they reached a peninsula known as the Baja California, believing the peninsula was a standalone island and hoping it would fill with massive riches of gold and pearls described by Montavo's book. Cortez and his men humorously and hopefully named the region California after Queen Calafia's fictional kingdom. I'm just going to stop right there, bro. She's fake. She's fake, bro. Shawn, your next show. Pretend to be Abo and look up all the Pan-African clans. Bruh, by California. Can't even do it. I can do that. So it's fake, bro. It's oh. Okay, we ain't got no public records. Okay. Oh yeah. The belief that he is being sued again likely stem from a prominent federal civil rights lawsuit filed against him previously. Dan Calloway, his wife, Tarnisha Calloway, his media company, I'm Just Here to Make You Think, was sued in federal court in New York by a plaintiff named Celeste Inez Saez. This case was filed under the Civil Rights Act and progressed through the legal system with depositions and statute conferences continuing through 2023. Aside from this specific widely discussed matter, there is no current document information or public announcements showing any subsequent or legal action taken against him. What you mean, share my screen? Oh, it jumped the screen on y'all. My bad. Oh, I get yeah. I'm gonna get the note. Dan Calloway is not right about his claims. According to mainstream historians, geneticists, anthropologists, and peer-reviewed scientific data, while his videos on platforms like YouTube are highly researched, engaging, and popular, his central arguments rely on pseudo-history, quote mining, and alternative interpretations that contradict verifiable evidence. A breakdown of his major claims against documented science reveals why his conclusions are rejected in the academic community. Claim 80% of African Americans were already native to America. Calloway's argument, he asserts that the transatlantic slave trade was told in reverse, meaning that the vast majority of Black Americans did not come from Africa, but were the original indigenous inhabitants of the Americas who were reclassified by Europeans. The reality. Massive global peer-reviewed maternal and paternal DNA testing of millions of African Americans has conclusively proven that they hold overwhelming genetic roots in West and Central Africa, such as modern-day Nigeria, Angola, and Ghana. Furthermore, deep tissue ancient DNA extracted from prehistoric American skeletons shows exclusive genetic links to Northeast Asian populations with zero trace of African markers prior to European contact. Claim Harriet Tubman is a fictional character. Callaway's argument, it has produced content claiming the historical iconic Harriet Tubman never existed and was invented by white people to serve as a psychological control mechanism. Reality. Harriet Tubman's life is exceptionally well documented through verifiable legal and federal records. This includes her official U.S. war military pension records, physical photographs, eyewitness newspaper accounts from her lifetime, and detailed records of her and land ownership in Auburn, New York. Claim. Using historical descriptions out of context. He frequently highlights 17th and 18th century colonial documents where European explorers used words like swarthy or copper colored to describe people they encountered, arguing this proves they were looking at people of African descent. Reality. Linguists and historians point out that Callaway strips these words of their historical context. In 17th century English, swarthy simply meant having a tan or olive skin compared to Paleo Anglo-Saxon. It was frequent use to describe Welsh, Italian, or German. Copper color was the standard European description from traditional Native Americans, distinguishing from both white Europeans and Black Africans. What he gets right. The source of his appeal. Callaway Word gains a lot of trust because he anchors his videos in real historical injustices. He frequently references actual events like Walter Plecker's paper genocide in Virginia or the bureaucratic reclassification of mixed race individuals during Jim Crow. However, where mainstream history shows that Native Americans were falsely labeled as blacks by racist laws, Callaway flips the premise to claim that all Black people were originally the Native Americans. Ultimately, while his content serves as a thought-provoking critique of how American history has been manipulated, his conclusions are considered unscientific and historically inaccurate by the global academic community. Oh, you said not showing anything for a while. My bad. I had another screen on. Let me close that screen out so I don't flip back to that. I had two things going. My bad. So that's that on Callaway. You ain't even gotta get to the other people. I'm putting it all on dang. You just talked about them AI overview. Go ahead. Y'all ready? You ready for this? Dan Callaway's assertion that DNA is fake or incapable of proving ancestry is completely false and rejected by the global scientific community. Rejecting DNA science is a necessary tactic for alternative history advocates because commercial and academic genetic data completely disproves their claim that African Americans are the original inhabitants of the Americas. The establishment facts regarding DNA science and why alternative history content creators attempt to discredit it explain the reality behind these claims. DNA is not a theoretical concept or a guess. It is a physical, biological molecule that can be extracted, viewed, and sequenced. DNA evidence is the gold standard. Gold standard in the global legal system. It is used daily to convict criminals, exonerate the wrongfully accused, and definitely establish biological paternity. If DNA were not real or accurate, the entire modern criminal justice and medical systems would collapse. You inherit 50% of your DNA from your biological mother and 50% of your from your biological father. This creates an unbroken biological trail passing down through generations, making it impossible to hide or fake a population's ancestral origins. Content creators often claim that DNA companies just make up results or match you to a pre written narrative. In reality, geneticists use massive, peer reviewed global data, reference panels. Scientists have sampled DNA from indigenous populations worldwide who have deep, unbroken family roots in specific regions, such as West Africa, East Asia, and Western Europe. When a African American takes a DNA test, their genetic markers are compared against these global reference panels. Millions of African Americans who have taken these tests consistently show overwhelming genetic matches to populations in West and Central Africa, such as Nigeria, Ghana, and Angola, reflecting the exact routes of the transatlantic slave trade. Ancient DNA, the ultimate proof. The strongest refutation of alternative history claims comes from archaeogenetics, extracting DNA from ancient bones. Scientists have sequenced the DNA of thousands of ancient human skeletons discovered in the Americas and date back to thousands of years before European contact, including populations like Luzia people in Brazil or remains found in Clovis sites. If Black people were the original inhabitants of the Americas, as Calloway claims, the ancient skeletons would contain West or Central African genetic markers. Instead, every single prehistoric skeleton mapped in the Americas shows exclusive genetic continuity in Northeast Asian populations. The ancestors of the modern Native Americans, no African DNA has ever been found in pre-Columbian Americas. Attacking the validity of DNA testing is a standard defense mechanism for alternative history movements like the Aboriginal or Foundation Black America movements, because they cannot produce a single peer-reviewed genetic study, archaeological artifact, or ancient skeleton to support the idea that African Americans are indigenous to the Americas. They are forced to claim that the entire scientific field of genetics is a synchronized global conspiracy designed to trick them. Ultimately, DNA is an unyielding biological reality. While paper records can be altered, destroyed, or falsified by racist bureaucrats like Walter Plecker, your genes cannot be reclassified by a pen stroke. Come on, man. What are we doing? Your genes cannot be and they bolded that. Your genes cannot be reclassified by a pen stroke. The DNA remains the most accurate, objective tool humanity possesses for uncovering ancestral truth. Melanated moon bear. I almost read it all the way wrong. Whoop, whoop. Let's go a little bit further. Let's go a little bit further. A little bit further. A little bit further. Drifting on a memory. Ain't no place I'd rather be. Melanated Moon Bear. That sounds like a stripper name. Melanated Moon Bear. That sounds like a pseudo in featherhead stripper name. Proponents of the indigenous Black American movement manipulate the work of renowned British historian David Eltis, the co-creator of the definitive slave voyage database, by completely stripping his findings of the 19th century Black population boom out of context. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't even do none of this. I am simply putting in shit that these fools have done online, and they have been caught by AI. Online alternative history creators share video clips of David Eltis. Notice, I ain't said nothing. I just put it in here and we already know what happened. Stating the massive Black population in the United States was not caused by slave ships, but was rather the result of natural population growth. IBA proponents twist his words, claiming that natural population growth is a secret academy code, meaning that millions of Black people were already indigenous to the Americas and the Europeans simply reclassified them on paper. They use his database to argue that because only 4% of the total transatlantic slave trade went to the U.S. mainland, the numbers do not add up mathematically to explain the millions of Black people alive by Civil War. Elton's data proves a complete different highly documented biological phenomenon, the unique and rapid birth to death rate ratio of enslaved populations in North America compared to the Caribbean and South America. The low importation number, it is a historical fact that out of roughly 12.5 million captive Africans taken in the transatlantic, only 388,000 to 400,000 disembarked in North American mainland. The vast majority were sent to Brazil and Caribbean. Unlike sugar plantations in Jamaica, Brazil, where enslaved people face extreme tropical diseases, brutal work regimes, and severe malnutrition that cause death rates to drastically outpace birth rates, enslaved populations in North America face different environmental conditions because North American tobacco and cotton plantations and lower overall mortality rates and relatively balanced male to female ratio, the enslaved population began expanding rapidly through natural reproduction. By the time the U.S. legally banned the international slave trade in 1807, the initial group of roughly 388,000 Africans had naturally multiplied. By 1860 census records, which we have shown through generations of childbirth, the population of enslaved to free African Americans and boomed to over 4 million people. Eltis has written extensively that African Americans are genetically and culturally the descendants of Western Central Africans. When he notes that 1870 census contained almost no Africans, he is using the strict 19th century definition, meaning people born in Africa. By 1870, virtually all Black Americans were native to the American soil because they were born there, not because they were prehistoric indigenous Native Americans. Ultimately, alternative historians rely on quote mining. They take a clip of a mainstream historian explaining generational childbirth and present it to the audience as a confession that the transatlantic slave trade was a hoax, despite the fact that Eltis' entire life's work is dedicated to mapping the specific African origins of those very same slave ships. Dum dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum. We've been live for 3 hours and that boy, not a coincidence, ain't showed up not one time. He ain't peace to the chat or nothing. Hold on 1 second. The claims made by the content creator. They call bottom kittens a content creator. Regarding Maya, Aztec, and Inca sites are historically and scientifically inaccurate. Man, I ain't even gotta keep on going. Let's keep it. Look, the monumental cities of Mesoamerica and the Andes were engineered, built, and inhabited entirely by the indigenous population of those regions. The claim that these sites were founded by Black or African peoples relies on pseudo history and hyper diffusionism. Y'all heard these words used before on the Masi warrior clan, which have been thoroughly disproven by archaeology and genetics. Bottom Kittens is an author and internet personality associated with the American Aboriginal Indigenous Black American movement. A core premise of his brand and book, I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, is that African Americans are actually the original inhabitants of the Americas. To support this narrative, he expands his theories into Latin America, arguing that the advanced prehistoric architectures of Maya, Aztec, and Inca were established by an ancient Black civilization. See, y'all didn't know where I was going when I was asking the question, but I was highlighting the simple fact without saying his book. I knew what they were going to do. So, the most notable refutation of these claims come from DNA. Scientists have mapped the genomes of thousands of ancient skeleton remains recovered directly from the royal tombs, burial mounds, and residential ruins across Maya, Aztec, and Inca territories. The DNA extracted from these prehistoric individuals shows a direct, unbroken line of descent from the original Northeast Asian migrations across the Bering Land Bridge. Zero African traces. There's no trace of African haplogroups or genetic markers in any of the human remains found in the archaeological sites dating prior to the European contact in 1492. The argument is that these sites were established by an outside group relies on hyperdiffusionism, an outdated 19th century theory that ancient indigenous peoples were too primitive to invent complex architecture on their own, meaning a superior group had to teach them. Archaeology completely disproves this by showing an unbroken local evolution in engineering. It's the same with the Olmec heads. The great cities like the Aztecs and the Mayans did not appear overnight. Excavations documented hundreds of years of small-scale trial, error, and development by local tribes progressing from simple mud huts to sophisticated stone pyramids. The hieroglyphic writing systems, astronomical calendars, agricultural terraces, religious iconography found at these sites belong exclusively to the indigenous Mesoamericans and Andean cultural frameworks. Movements like the IBA use specific rhetorical tactics to bypass scientific scrutiny. They point to ancient murals or codices. You've seen them featuring figures painted with dark brown or black pigment. Look at the internet working these Negroes. Black pigments claiming these represent African skin tones. In reality, Aztec and Maya priests routinely covered their bodies in soot and charcoal. I kept trying to tell y'all that when I kept saying you need to understand the colors and their color schemes and where they're getting these colors from. When you see these paintings, they're painting themselves these colors for ritualistic perspectives. It's religious, in fact, when they paint black. It's not to represent black skin. So again, they point to ancient murals or codices featuring figures painted with dark brown or black pigments, claiming this represents African skin tones. In reality, Aztec and Mayan priests routinely covered their bodies in soot and charcoal during the sacred rituals, and artists used dark colored palettes to denote status, warfare, and religious deities. When academic papers attempt to push these alternative narratives without evidence, they are quickly corrected. For example, a paper trying to prove that the Olmec predecessors to the Mayan and Aztec were Black Africans was forcibly retracted by a scientific journal after peer review found the claims completely unsubstantiated. Unsubstantiated. What we doing? What we doing? Huh? What we doing? Not a coincidence, it's clueless. I told y'all he ain't paying no damn attention. We already dealt with they came before Columbus. I told you that you was late. Did we already dealt with the Olmec? Way early. You late, girl. I'm just showing you how these dudes is lying, how they come up out of there. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. What else can we do? Uh we're gonna do bottom kids one more time. Oh yeah, I gotta bring that one up. Yeah, it's fun. Yo, not a coincidence is lost. Look, I told y'all. I just texted him. He said, "Oh shit, I ain't even know." yo, yo. That's because you subscribe to your own shit. It won't. If you on your own YouTube shit, you ain't gonna get the notification about your channel being live. Yo, y'all. Not a coincidence. Did not know this entire time that I was on his channel. There you go. Look, I said if that's him in the chat, that ain't me. If he don't come in there and say peace to the chat, that ain't not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence right there. Yo, he did not know that I've been on here for like hours. Yo, this is crazy. I had to text this man and tell him. Yo. All right, so here we go again. This claim highlights a fundamental contradiction inside the IBA or in American Aboriginal movements by claiming his grandmother is of African descent while insisting that he is a true Indian. Big Chief Legendary Top Cats is forced to acknowledge the historical reality of the transatlantic slave trade while attempting to maintain his online brand. This specific dynamic exposes the logical and scientific flaws behind his alternative history ideology. A core tenet of Top Cat's platform in his book, I'm Not Black, I'm Indian, is the absolute denial of the transatlantic slave trade as a primary origin for African Americans. He frequently tells his followers that Black Americans were already here and that African origin is a myth or a hoax created by white historians. However, because most Black Americans who trace their family trees back through the 19th and 20th censuses inevitably found documented records of enslaved ancestors, creators like Top Cats are forced to make highly personalized exceptions. By claiming his grandmother is the one who came from Africa, he tries to explain away any potential African genetic markers or records in his own lineage, while declaring himself a true Indian based on a separate line of his family tree. The irony of his claim is that having an African ancestor and having a Native American ancestor is very common, factually documented reality for millions of Black Americans. This is traditionally called being Afro-Indigenous. The historical truth: for centuries, enslaved and free Africans sought refuge, intermarried with, and lived alongside Native American tribes. This occurred heavily in regions like Southeast, Cherokee Creek, Seminole, in the Northeast, Wampanoag, and the Pequot. The movement's twist in mainstream history. These families are recognized having beautiful dual heritage. They are both African and Native American. However, the online Aboriginal movements rejects the African side entirely. They use the phrase "true Indian" to sweep their African ancestry under the rug, claiming that any African heritage in their family is just a recent add on to purely prehistoric American lineage. From a purely scientific perspective, Topcat's claim of being a true Indian while having an African grandmother creates a biological paradox regarding DNA. If his biological grandmother is of African descent, he mathematically carries roughly 25% of West and Central African DNA in his body. Because he frequently tells his audience that DNA is fake or can't prove where people come from, he uses anti-scientific stance to claim that his grandmother's African genes do not affect his identity as a prehistoric Aboriginal American. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Oh man, I gotta wait. There we go. Yo, not a coincidence. Late as hell to the party, y'all. I've been beating up. Where do black people in America come from? That's all I've been talking about. Where black people in America come from. I just been, you know what I'm saying, just dealing with step by step, like certain claims them dudes been making. All right, this is for melanated goddess in the chat. English is not the original language of America. English is a Germanic language that developed in medieval England and was brought to North America by the British in the 17th century. The claim that English is the indigenous prehistoric language of the Americas is a common theory shared by the IBA and American Aboriginal social media movements. Like their other arguments, this theory relies on severe misinterpretation of linguistic and historical documents. The scientific reality of America's original languages and why the IBA movement makes this claim involves several key factors. Before Columbus arrived in 1492, the Americas were one of the most linguistically diverse regions on Earth. There were an estimated 300 to 500 distinct indigenous languages spoken in North America alone. These languages belong to complete different, unrelated language families such as the Algonquin, Iroquoian, Sioux, the Aztecian, and the Athabascan. None of these native languages share a grammatical, structural, or etymological roots with English or any other Indo-European language. Online alternative history creators attempt to argue that English was spoken in America prior to colonization by twisting the history of Old English and legal records. The angelicized place names. The point to key fact of many geographical landmarks, rivers, old maps feature English names, arguing that these names were already there. In reality, European cartographers explicitly renamed the landscape after British towns or patrons to claim the land for British crown. Proponents note that these early treaties documents involving Native American were written in English. They argue this proves that Native Americans already spoke it. Historically, these documents were written by English colonial clerks, and Native Americans relied on a translator or were forced to sign documents they could not read. As a part of the fringe theory of King James was a black man, some IBA proponents claim that King James Bible and the English language are their sacred original tongue of the ancient black global civilizations, including prehistoric America. Linguistics have heavily mapped the history of how black Americans actually come to speak English. It happened during the transatlantic slave trade. Captain West Africans spoke languages like Yoruba, Mandinka, Wolof, intentionally separated the plantation ships, prevented them from organizing rebellions. To communicate with the British slaveholders and each other, they developed English-based pidgins and creoles, such as the Gullah Geechee. Over generations, this evolved into African American vernacular English, a highly structured dialect of English, not a prehistoric American language. There was something that was just said in here that I wanted to let me see. I wanted to damn, how I forget that fast because I'm thinking about what she said in the chat. Melanated said, oh, Bottom Kittens. Let me put his name out. Yeah, how we forget this, y'all? What else, see that? I just been walking them down, Nick. Yeah, bro, I'm about 3.5 in, man. I've been running your channel for 3 hours, bro. You ain't had no idea. They gave us everything that he said. His videos right here. But that ain't Top Cat's that ain't Top Cat shit. That's somebody else's. Yeah, it's me, see that. I'm running the channel. I took Not a Coincidence channel and I'm running it. Ain't nothing you can do about it, bro. I've been live for almost 4 hours. I ain't about to go too much longer. I dropped the link. None of them wanted to hop on the panel. Only person wanted to hop on the panel was somebody who finna do a job interview. Talking about he writing a book. Did black slave owners own white slaves? Black slave owners did not own white slaves in America. Under colonial state laws of the United States, it was legally impossible to own a white person as a slave. The claim that black people held white people in chattel slavery is a total fabrication popular in alternative history internet spaces. It relies on severe distortion of two distinct historical topics: European indentured servitude and free black slaveholders. The legal and historical facts regarding how race and property operated in early America explains why this claim is false. Proponents of this theory often point to the 17th century when thousands of poor white Europeans came to the colonies as indentured servants. Legal status of indentured servants were not slaves. They signed contracts, worked a specific number of years in exchange for their passage to the Americas. White indentured servants retained their legal humanity. They could own properties, sue their masters for abuse in court, and were guaranteed freedom dues. And when the contract ended, most importantly, their children were born entirely free. While a master could buy or sell labor contract or white servant, they did not legally own the person as a piece of property. By the late 1600s, legislators explicitly designed a legal system to ensure that only people of non-European descent could be permanently enslaved. Laws were passed dictating the child's legal status followed the mother because white women were legally protected from enslavement. No white person could be born into slavery. By the 1800s, American law completely equated slave status with African or Native ancestry, even if a person looked entirely white due to the generations of mixed race ancestry. They were only considered enslaved because they possessed a fraction of African maternal blood, not because they state allowed the enslavement of white people. It is historical fact that a small percentage of free Black Americans did own enslaved people in antebellum South. However, their ownership was strictly bound by the exact same racial laws governing white planters. They could only own people of African or Afro-Indigenous descent. Historians documented the Black slaveholders generally fell into two categories: humanitarian family ownership, peep game, because we've been trying to tell y'all this. The vast majority of Black slaveholders were individuals who purchased their own spouses, children, parents, or friends from white masters. Because Southern laws made it incredibly difficult and expensive to legally free, manumit, an enslaved person, the family member legally remained the property of their free relative. A very small number of wealthy free Black and Creole planters operated commercial plantations and owned enslaved Black people for economic profit. Neither category ever owned white people, as doing so would have violated the supreme racial codes of the American legal system. The only historical instances of a Black or North African people owning white slaves occurred completely outside the Americas. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, the Barbary pirates operating out of North Africa raided European coastlines and ships capturing an estimated 1 million white Europeans who were sold into the Mediterranean slave markets. This was geopolitical and religious conflict of the old world and had no connection to the legal or social structure of the 13 colonies of the United States. Womp, 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 womp. Man, listen. Every claim that they make at a surface level, AI completely destroys. So imagine when we go beyond the surface level and then we start throwing out actual accounts and instances and things of that nature, that just means we're going beyond where they are stuck at. Remember, they argue their hypothesis, even though it's not truly a hypothesis, as in a scientific hypothesis, it's just a street hypothesis where they just guessing some shit. We go beyond the surface to bring forth to you information to be able to verify and validate historical moments because it is critical to our existence in the Americas. This whole notion, where do Black people in the America descend from, is clearly one that we can finally draw a conclusion on and agree and state we are people of African descent. While most of us have African and European, or African, European, and Native, or African and Native ancestry, or however that plays itself out, the common denominator in all of that factuality is Africa, or of African descent. Denying that is a really, 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 really big problem for you personally and others like you who follow that shit stuff and tend to have a problem with your reality because it doesn't exist. Only online it exists. That is why at a surface level, AI overview is clearly refuting every claim that y'all possibly could make or throw out and never side with or provide evidence for something that you have gotten right, because y'all haven't got anything right. You've been online for since 2015 and you ain't got nothing right. Nothing. You can't name one thing that y'all got right. Heck, we can't even find y'all. Y'all lie so much. Make up all these claims. Look at what you got right there. Hold on, let me go on YouTube real quick. Let me try to grab that. But we are the true Mississippi. Not even that name, Sean. Damn, nah, their names is fake, bro. Like, what we talking about? Let me see what Swift got. Hold on 1 second. Let me stop sharing. I ain't got TikTok, Lucky. You know I ain't on no TikTok. So let me see what you got. Let me stop sharing real quick. Oh, I can't see it. Is he live, Lucky? He must be live. Oh yeah, because it's telling me to sign in to confirm my age, bro. I ain't got no login. I can't see this. I can't see this ish. Yeah, I can't see that. Look, I can't see that at all. I'm gonna try to go for another 8 minutes unless somebody come on the thing. Damn, this dude extra slow. He got like 188 in the live right now. Oh yeah, Sutek gonna have to be over there busting them out. Pure Black. Yeah, I ain't got nothing, bro. I can't. You know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing with that luck. I mean, you can try to see if Buddy want to come on. You know what I'm talking about? You can see if Buddy want to come. You know. I'm a really hold it down. You know. That man not a coincidence. They didn't even know I was live, bro. Oh, hold up. YouTube. Oh yeah. You did. Hold up. Let me get that. Let me get that. Hold up. Yeah. Let's look at what Lucky got. Hey, let me know if I got feedback, bro. Please.
England or Britain, they say goods train. And those are two different things, right? In America, we say drugstore. Over there, they say chemist. It's two different things, right? We say private school, they say public school. To them, our public school is private school. So that's why it's like this. So our private school is public school to them, right? We say monkey wrench, they say screw spanner. This is nowhere near the same. We say candy, they say sweets. We say hardware store, they say ironmongery. We say conductor, they say guard. We say elevator, they say lift. We say gasoline, they say patrol. We say horn, they say hooter. Okay. We say chain store, they say multiple shops. We say syrup pitcher, they say a trench jug. We say a sedan, they say saloon car. And there's many examples, right? The cleavage of English into two separate languages was foreseen, right? The cleavage of English into two separate languages was foreseen 160 years ago by Noah Webster. So Noah Webster was one of the first people 160 years ago plus to notice the difference. Like, hold on, bro. This ain't got shit to do with England. This ain't got shit to do with England. So boom, right? It's a newspaper article. I'll go back to the cover in a second. I'll go back to the cover in a second. Hold on, y'all. I gotta try to fix my lighting real quick because I ain't even trying to have it flickering and nothing like that because I'm trying to point and shit too. Can y'all see me? Everything good? Shout out to everybody that's in here. We got 206 people in here. Let's get 206 reposts, 200 follows. If y'all haven't followed the page, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hope y'all enjoying the live. Let me catch up in the comments. We speak clear, understanding words. Facts. Mm-hmm. He said ironmongery, right, Lily? I said the same shit when I read this. I was like, what the fuck is ironmongery? All right. You said it's called a trade language, bro. No shit, Sherlock. Duh, right? Duh, nigga. No shit, Sherlock. Obviously what we speak is a trade languages. If it got multiple different American Indian words in this shit, that means that all different American Indians had to come together to create a commerce language so we could understand each other. Duh. The Shadas had to understand the fucking Chippewas. The Chippewas had.
No. Do you have documents that you could relate to that would actually answer that being a trade language? Because the trade language would be different for all of them. It wouldn't be one trade, one language. This dude is clearly a lot of the stuff he's saying, he making up. A lot of it, like everything that he's saying, he's just freestyling some shit and trying to make that shit sound good. I mean, you see him right there on the line with his knockoff glasses. Like, those glasses cheap as fuck. I can tell you that right now. But the simple fact that he's online and he's doing all this talking.
Had to understand the Yamasees. The Yamasees had to understand the Nine.
He's just yapping. 3 minutes, bro. He yapping his ass off.
The Natchez had to understand the Arawaks. The Arawaks had to understand the Lucayans. The Lucayans had to understand the Caribs. The Caribs had to understand the fucking Illinois Indians. So they all.
So you don't know the name of the people in Illinois. And who the fuck over here in America was talking to the Caribs? Y'all heard him say Caribs? He just naming shit. That's what I'm saying. He freestyling. He just freestyling. He's just naming some shit that he can name. Like, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. And notice the whole time that he's on screen, you cannot show me a Native American picture and all where they wore dreads had that look anything like this. You can't find me one Native American with a big ass forehead like this.
Came together and created a commerce language that is called American Indian Vernacular English, which is what we speak today, which is the whole purpose of my life.
No, see, there it goes again. He said they came together and made English, and y'all just heard me tell y'all where English came from. This nigga said that American English is the trade language that they came up with. Listen, y'all. I'm gonna let this rock out a little bit. Let me go holler at my son real fast. I know that nigga hungry.
Live, are you niggas not listening? Listening is part of literacy skills. Y'all do know that, right? And literacy don't mean just reading. Literacy means listening. You got to be able to listen. A lot of y'all literacy skills is ass because y'all don't fucking listen. Something simple is listening, right? You got to listen. So no shit what we speak is a trade language. It's a trade language amongst American Indians, which leads me into my next slide, right? Which leads me into my next slide. Boy, I love having trolls, boy, this shit fun, right? Which leads me into my next slide. All right. You were not taught so in school. Once again, you were not taught in school this. So don't be coming in here trying to argue me with some McGraw-Hill, whatever the fuck you learned in school. Because what I'm teaching y'all, you were not taught in school. But it is a fact.
My brother, you is not teaching me shit. I just want to make sure, I just want to let you know that. You ain't taught nobody nothing. You call English an American trade language. English is not, listen, I'm finna show y'all something. Just quit arguing with these niggas. Keep it surface level, and then if you gotta go beyond surface level, then you kill them. You kill them with this. You kill them with the beyond surface level. English is not an original indigenous American trade language. It is a Germanic language that originated in Europe and was brought by the British to North America in the 17th century. I said that earlier. The idea that English was a native trade language used by prehistoric indigenous populations is a myth promoted by alternative history social media accounts. In reality, prior to European colonization, indigenous populations had their own highly sophisticated native trade languages. This is why they don't fucking know, because that's why I was saying. So how did they talk to the what's some boy's name again? The Caribs. How they talk to the Caribs? Who was talking to the Caribs, bro? We ain't got nothing over here talking about no Native Americans talking to Caribs. It's just crazy. It's all bull junk. It's been bull junk. We ain't even got to get into the rest of it. It's bull junk. Look who's promoting it. Internet groups like the IBA, they got a whole affiliation. This boy over there think he teaching. He ain't teaching them shit. How's you a teacher? How the fuck is you teaching, bro? You done taught me how to not listen to your motherfucking ass. I don't even know how Lucky made it. I don't know how Lucky survived that shit. I would have lost my motherfucking mind. That's why I ain't on TikTok. I would have been kicked the fuck off. We can't even make it through his whole video. He already trying. Listen, you can listen to a comment and peep the hustle by the way he talk. Listen.
Right? You can't debate this, right? Fact. What is a fact? Can somebody put the definition of a fact in the comments for our trolls in here so they can understand?
Why this nigga think that you can't debate this right here? We don't even know the source. You Google some shit, bro. You were not taught so in school, but it is a fact that your native tongue is not the king's English. Who did he read this? Did he read this? He didn't read this because he's manipulating the source. Hold on. Let me see if it's worked. Testing, testing. A lot of time. Testing, testing. So hold on, y'all. I'm finna show y'all something. I needed I think, shit, my shit on. I did hear me say testing, testing. All right. Hold on. Okay, so I'm about to show y'all something.
Because you can't debate facts, right? But it is a fact that your native tongue is not the king's English, nor do we and the English people share a common tongue. Nor do we and the English people share a common tongue. Nor do we Americans and the English people share a common tongue. The two streams of English, quote unquote, have developed independently for more than 300 years. Right?
So it wasn't a trade language.
What do develop independently mean for the
Dang, I done messed up my thing. Okay, so I done messed it up because it went so long. Yep. All right. So what I was going to show y'all was that you can go to AI overview where it has a microphone. You can press the microphone and play the clip of the claim and let the AI overview capture the claim and then stop it, and then it's going to pull up all the information the person just claimed, and it's going to correct them. And you actually can do this in real time. So I know y'all saw my screen earlier where it was a microphone at the bottom right hand corner. What I was trying to do, but because I let it go so damn long, I let it go so long, I didn't capture what I needed to capture. So I missed out on it. Yeah. He did the same to Real from the folk. Yeah, he ignored the fuck out of y'all. Hold on one second. Who was that? Who in the garage? Hey. What happened? All right, my bad. But hit it, I'm gonna let y'all hear the rest of this bullshit. I gotta get some food.
people who have low literacy skills? Can somebody put it in the comments for me? What do it mean if something developed independently for more than 300 years?
By the way, so it can't be a trade language if it developed independently in the last 300 years, because when you have it in the last 300 years, you have Europeans in America, dummy. So your source is telling you that it developed independently for more than 300 years. How was it a slave? I mean, how was it a trade language from all them different tribes that you was naming earlier before you start reading the goddamn source?
And more than 300 years is very key because fucking British people wasn't even over here for 300 years, right? So what do it mean when
That's a lie. See? Now the British wasn't over here for more than 300 years. I simply just told y'all where the language come from. I just told y'all where the language come from. I did. It's a Germanic language that originated in Europe and was brought by the British in the 17th century. Simply ask yourself, when was the 17th century? I mean, you live, bro. You sitting here, you live on this damn app y'all be on, hiding from the real scholarship, and then don't even want to take the debates. Where's you getting this from? The 17th century lasted from January 1st of 1601 through December 31st of 1700. We are in the year 2026. And I guarantee you, your author's article is written pretty recently in the last 20 or 30 years or more. It could be 50, 60 years. Shit, it don't even matter. It could be 70 years ago. I don't even give a damn. But if the 17th century is 1600s, guess who was here? The white people.
something that's developed independently on its own, right? So the two stems of languages have developed on its own for more than 300 years.
So
The
it ain't a
language
trade
of
language.
America grew out of the Elizabeth English brought to these shores by the colonists. Now, who was the colonist?
Now they said that. Yeah, who was the colonist?
Right? Because what they're saying is that, okay, we got American Indian words that I just broke down to you, right?
No. You don't have American Indian words. Who was the fucking colonists that brought English to America? So the source is simply agreeing with what I just said earlier, and then you try to dive off it.
Right, and then we got Latin American words and stuff that come from Spain and
This nigga don't know
Italy, and the
linguistics.
Queen's Elizabeth English is also different than the King's English. Why is that?
Oh
Because
my
the
God.
Elizabeth English comes from Sephardics and Moors, which is nothing
What?
more than just Latin. So Elizabeth English that was brought to these shores by the colonists, and the colonists were Sephardics and Moors. Those are Negroes.
Pause. When does a Sephardic Jew become a Moor? All you got to do is just type in his claims. Every time he claims something, just type it in, search it. Are Sephardic Jews and Moors Negro? No, historically and genetically, neither Sephardic Jews nor Moors are classified as Negro black. Don't believe me? I don't want to change my screen. You know what? I got to. No, historically and genetically, neither Sephardic Jews nor Moors are classified as Negro black. Both terms refer to distinct ethno-religious and historical groups originating in the Mediterranean basin in North Africa. Who they blame this shit on again? IBA. What was he talking about earlier? Elizabethan English. So let's look that up. Yeah, I gotta get the fuck off this. My laptop tripping again. Yes, it is a level of stupidity, bro. Like You know what? I ain't even finna do this shit no more. I can't do it. Can't do it, bro. I gotta go. Lucky gonna have me down the rabbit hole, and then I'm gonna be sitting here trying to debunk everything live again. I'm at the 4 hour century mark right on time. So listen, man, I appreciate everybody tapping in. I don't know if not a coincidence to ever be live again, but I came over here, man, just to show some love, do a live on his shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Make that happen for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody tapping in, showing up. Make sure you like the show, share the show. You know what I'm saying? Your boy out of here, Triple OG.
See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 cause he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.